All right. Let's be real. No one's gonna fucking watch. But hey, okay, let me turn off the streams chat. No need for that. Here as well. Boom. Feels weird, man. Fuck! I just realized I wanted to do the Virgin Veranda on Friday. I wanted to do the Virgin Veranda on Friday, and I just arranged for something on Friday. Fuck, I'm gonna need to talk to Millen. Anyways, I got some tea brewing, ready for some late night streaming. Some comfy late night stream. Yeah, what the fuck's going on here? Hey, Razil Krellin, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in a long time. What's up? It's going pretty good.
So excited.
Brewing some tea, ready for a late night stream. Oh shit, it's Andrew! Fuck, I forgot. I knew I recognized your name, but damn, it's really a long time. Still haven't changed my name back to it. Yeah. How are you doing? How's life? I last time you were here, I heard you were pretty busy. That's why you haven't been spending much time on Twitch and stuff, right?
Yes, okay.
God, I want to adopt a cat. I'm gonna adopt a cat. I miss having a cat. Started working on stuff and didn't have time for Twitch yet, which is good. I mean, if you're, I've been there, spending way too much time on Twitch watching other people, and then it's like you're actually doing stuff in life, and it's like I don't have time for this. I'm not gonna watch shit on Twitch. It's a good place to be at for your life. I'm 100% for it. Uni and programming on my own. Oh yeah, I remember you were interested in programming. What kind of programming again? I forgot. Started learning 3JS and WebGL, and I'm pumped. Yeah, those are really fucking cool. Yeah, I like OpenGL in general. Teaches you a lot of stuff. 3JS is cool too. In uni, I do C++, Java, C#, so mostly backend. I see. She's right. What kind of backend nowadays uses C++ though? Let's be real. Who the fuck is sitting around being like, I'm gonna write an API in C++? You know, I hate myself. I wanna suffer for the rest of my life. But Java and C#, absolutely. On my own, I do full stack. Nice FIFA song. Yep, ask my uni bro. It's stupid. We did a whole semester of object-oriented programming in C++. I mean, C++ is great. I actually love C++, but I would never, ever, unless it's like a high-budget, high-performance. Hey, Kino, how are you doing? Unless it's like a high-budget, high-performance web app. And I mean like really high budget, really high performance, because whatever the fuck you're doing, it's going to take 5 to 10 times as long to do it in C++ compared to like any normal backend language. So unless you really, really, really fucking need that performance and you can afford to pay for it, I would never do a backend in C++. But there are other things that you should do in C++. I've done I've worked on C++ to do like video processing. What the fuck are those like clickbait? Anyways, to do like video processing and like lower level Windows programming stuff. So I was thinking of there's a couple of videos here I wanted to watch, by the way. It's like drama slash click. Oh fuck, not this one. Line goes up. The problem with if he's 2 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, maybe I'll still watch it. 20 minutes. Alright, let's go with this one. I also to learn object oriented programming, I would argue C++ is really fucking good. Like it actually teaches you object oriented programming. Watch that. I know it's the video you wanted me to watch. Or else I'll keep sending that. I know, Tyranit. I know. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes long. I want to develop a portfolio website and display some cool animations from Blender using Three.js. Nice. Where I was just listening to Half Alive, really cool band. I'm actually not familiar with them. Hey, what the fuck is this? I caught Ice Poseidon taking over $500,000 from the crypto project CX Coin. He took 200K from the pre-sale wallet. There's now 250K from the marketing wallet that is missing, and he admits to taking over 290K from the liquidity pool. Oh yeah, I gotta follow you on Twitter. Turnit, is it okay if I follow you on Twitter from the stream? Or, but don't dox on stream? Okay, I'll do it off stream then. That's why I was asking. Really cool band. Yo, could we review some awesome websites? Sure, link me some awesome websites. I'll look at them. Namecoin when. Yeah, no, I'd rather I'll prepare some NFTs for you, okay? You know what, fuck it. Let's fucking do it. You want to watch it? We'll watch it. I'll just check out the Andrew's awesome websites first. So that'll take like what, a couple minutes, rather than interrupting the moober, the video. Dude, imagine if I made an NFT out of me making like 500 different faces. How amazing would that be? What a great way to spend your money. Got it. My tea is too hot. Like me. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna add Turnit on Twitter while I'm at it. Oh, wait, Turnit. If I add you on Twitter, does a real question? If I add you on Twitter and you don't want me to dox you on stream, does that mean that I have to mute you on my Twitter feed? Because I'll open my Twitter on stream. And if I open my Twitter on stream and there are tweets of you, like, people will not know that it's you, but they'll probably be able to guess if they really want to. You know what I mean? And people can see who you follow as well, yeah. Yeah, even if I mute you in the feed. Okay. Oh, it's one of those websites. Fuck. Oh yeah, let's see what you did for Louboutin. It's not loading. Oh, he worked on this. This kind of project. That's pretty cool. Creative developer. Bro, give me your LinkedIn. I don't have a LinkedIn. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I hate this fucking design pattern. This scrolling thing is actually fucking cringe. I fucking hate it. I get why like people are into it and everything, but like this page is actually cringe. This one's better because he didn't like it's subtle, but you guys might not notice on this page this inertia of scrolling is deactivated. Like you see every little like scroll movement stops right at the scroll movement. You see what I mean? But if you turn the scroll wheel, you should have inertia. There should be like a drop-off function to the scrolling. And this web page doesn't do it. So this is like just bad UX on this web page. Like this web page has it. It's you expect this to be the normal behavior of any web page. So it's a small detail, but it actually really fucking bothers me, and I'm surprised that he published a web page like that. Maybe it's like his first work. What the fuck? The clickbait title worked on me. Hells yeah, I'm telling you, XQC fucking knows his shit, dude. I need to do that more. My LinkedIn says I'll block every recruiter that mentions crypto and adjacent. That's fair enough. Subsurface scattering. I like WebGL experiments in general. Oh. Oh, okay, I see what this is. Check also the Bruno Simon one. Yeah, I'll let me scroll up, yep. But yeah, I don't have a LinkedIn, Andrew. I probably should make one at some point, but I don't have one. And I'll be probably looking for a job at some point today, this year, so. Oh, this is really fucking cool. Honk. I love this. It's a game. A true gamer's. This is actually fucking horrible, but it's really cool. Like, this is actually a horrible way of navigating a website. It's really cool. I love it. God, like turning is actually cancer. This is my favorite website, TimeCube. Yeah, the TimeCube. The clickbait reminds me of a self-help technique for writing journal diaries entries. You frame everything as 3 words. 1, what it is. 2, what you need to do about it. 3, how it makes you feel. So like errands, driving, lazy. That's pretty smart, yeah. Hired because cargo room. Yeah, this is a really cool website. Like I love it, but I fucking hate it. This is the worst way of navigating a resume I've ever seen in my life. And it's not because it's a video game, it's because orienting the car is fucking horrible in this. And also like half the things you can't break down those things, so you like get stuck against them. Boomers would be happy with this. True. Oh shit, we can do some things. Ah, I hate this. The controls are awful, dude. The controls are actually awful. I swear to God. It's stuck. Ah! There we go. Amazing. Why would you put a tree there? Why would you put a tree there when that's like, that like blocks the fucking does not pass UX requirements, car must be drivable. Yeah. Ah! It turns too fast. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I swear to God, this is actually undrivable. Like this is fucking Cyberpunk 2077 driving physics. Okay? An edge case. Losing to a website. Pepe laugh. Like, oh my God. I want to do the jump, dude. That's all I wanted. That's all I want from my life at this point. Oh my God. CV speedrunner. It turns way too fast. Do you think 3JS and the WebGL in general can give you an edge when you apply for a web dev job? Well, okay. Everything gives you an edge, right? Like, showing you have curiosity, that you have variety and skills, etc. Like, all that will give you an edge. That being said, if you're applying for something like hardcore database work, it will give you an edge if you already have the qualifications. If you don't have the qualifications, they'll be like, well, I mean, that's cool, but we need you, like, we see you rather in the junior position, maybe. Like, we know you can learn stuff, you've done cool, like, WebGL stuff, but you don't have the required experience with databases. Like, this is absolutely horrible. At least he implemented that. That's maybe I'm missing something in the controls. Let's go back to the controls. Yeah, but for a junior job? Oh, for a junior job, 100%. Wheel. Okay, wheel is to zoom in and out. It doesn't work. Mute, reset the car. Oh, okay. Space. Oh, and I can boost. Boost. Why is it always Frenchman? I think there's a key that makes you go faster. Yeah, that I can go faster. But it doesn't really help because look how much I turn. I swear to God, look how much I turn if I just slightly press the turn button. This is like the shortest press possible. What was that? What is this? 11. That's really cool. Yes. I can spawn more lemons. Oh, this is amazing for, oh my God, this performance. Yes, this is exactly what my computer needs while streaming. Yeah, I noticed. Look at this frame rate. Look at those physics calculations. It's loading every single one of those lemons from server side. That's not the problem here. This is really fun. I love breaking stuff with computers. That's actually my favorite part of programming. It's breaking stuff. It's not accomplishing stuff, it's breaking it. Webpack fucked. What do you mean, Webpack fucked? This is not a Webpack problem. This is a... Oh, yeah, now I can actually steer. True. Let's add some more lemons. Oh, no. I reached the lemon entity limit. Oh, no, never mind. They're just loading in slowly. Yeah, let's try this at the ramp. And maybe I can finally make the jump. Now that, like, I can actually have frame by frame controls. This is now a tool-assisted speedrun. I made too many lemons. I need to make lemonade now. Just reset? No. This is exactly what I wanted to do. Maybe I'll reset, yeah. Oh, but the reset, they still have the lemons are still there. This is okay. This might seem dumb, but this is like really poorly optimized. If objects outside of the camera view are lagging the are lagging the whole thing, like that's actually really poor optimization. If only there was a way to reload the website. If only, yeah. So let's do it. Okay, we're gonna do some lemons though, so we can finally do the ramp. Alright, this is not lagging yet. Oh fuck, why did I do the lemons in front of the ramp? I'm an idiot. I need the lemons, but not there, because then they block the ramp. Right, okay. Now we're working with lemons. Now we're thinking with lemons. I think, nah, that's not enough. Have you ever tried WebGL? Not really. I've done OpenGL, but not WebGL. I need more lemons, by the way. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Well, maybe not. This is too much. Alright, now we can finally do it. New Vampire Survivors Pog. I've wanted to Lemon Edition, yeah. Vampire Survivors actually looks pretty fun to play. Not gonna lie. Okay, I think we're aligned here. Let's back off so we have a lot of speed. Let's fucking go in. Yes. The need for speed. Oh my god! Yes! Yes! We did it! Okay, that's all I wanted to do. Boom. Cool. And all we needed was lemons. Amazing. All right. Now, what do you guys want to do? Do we watch this? I'll like play. Here, let me close this. I'll like play. Maybe play some Loop Hero or whatever, and we can watch this at the same time. Or do we wanna play something else? I could play Hat in Time. I could play Valorant. I could maybe play Age of Empires 4, maybe. Wait, which client do I have Loop Hero in? Alright, might play AoE for Copium. I might, yes. Do you want me to?
For online content creators, the unavoidable subject of 2021 has been NFTs, from incredibly cringeworthy ape profile pics to incomprehensibly tasteless tributes to deceased celebrities to six-figure sales of the original copy of a meme. It is the thing that is currently dominating the collective brain space of digital artists and sucking up all the oxygen in the room. And I do want to talk about that. I want to talk about my opinions on NFTs and digital ownership and scarcity and all the myriad dimensions of the issue, but I don't just want to talk about NFTs. I can't just talk about NFTs because ultimately they are just a symbol of so much more, and it is that more that is ultimately important. So let me tell you a story.
Uh-oh. Way too dank.
In 2008, the economy functionally collapsed. The basic chain reaction was this. Banks came up with a thing called a mortgage-backed.
Okay, how are we doing this? Like this? Right now I don't care because I'm busy and can't play myself. Okay. Can I make this smaller? Yeah, let's make it smaller. I can make this bigger. Nice. I see the ferret lol. Yes, it is there.
Security, a financial instrument that could be traded or collected that was based on a bundle of thousands of individual mortgages. Based on the general reluctance of banks to issue mortgages, the risk aversion in lending someone hundreds of thousands of dollars that they'll pay off over the course of potentially decades, these bonds were seen as especially stable. However, they were also immensely profitable for the banks who both issue the mortgages and the bonds. Because of that perceived stability, a lot of other financial organizations like pension funds and hedge funds use them as the backbone of their investment portfolio. In this arrangement, a mortgage becomes more profitable to the bank.
Make face cam the other quarter of the screen, then cat cam in top left. I don't have a cat yet. I wish I did. But yeah, I can make the face cam bigger, sure. Yet hopium. I'm gonna adopt a cat. I actually am. Dude, I miss my old cat so much. Like, really, I do. I miss her. The only thing that's rough for me is I loved her. I'm actually gonna slow it down because like if I'm focusing on other stuff, it's actually hard to focus on. It's just it was really traumatizing to lose her, and I
issuing the mortgage
really painful.
As a component of a bond than it is as a mortgage. Proportionally, the returns per mortgage from the bond are just that much better than the returns from the isolated mortgage. There's some problems though. Problem one is that the biggest returns on a bond come from when it first hits the market. A new bond that creates new securities sales is worth more than an old bond that is slowly appreciating but not seeing much trade. Problem 2 is that there are a finite number of people and houses in America. The market has to level out at a natural ceiling, as eventually all or nearly all mortgages are packaged into bonds, thus very few new bonds can be generated and sold. So here's the incentives that are created. 1. It's good for banks if there are more houses that they can issue mortgages for. 2, the more mortgages issued, the better, because a bad mortgage is worth more as a component of a bond than a good mortgage that's not part of a bond. So real estate developers find that they have a really easy time getting funding from banks for creating vast new suburbs full of houses that can be sold to generate mortgages, but rather than building the kind of housing that most people actually need and want, they focus specifically on the kinds of upper middle class houses that fit into the sweet spot from the perspective of the banks packaging the bonds. Buyers, in turn, find that they have a suspiciously easy time getting a mortgage, despite the fact that, for most people, the economy wasn't doing so great. Wages were stagnant, and yet even though developers were going absolutely haywire building new housing, the houses being built were all out of their price range to begin with, and counterintuitively, this massive increase in supply wasn't driving down the price. This is because the houses were being bought just mostly not by people intending to live in them. They were being bought by speculators who would then maybe rent them out or often just leave them vacant with the intent to sell a couple years later. Because speculators were buying up the supply, it created synthetic demand. The price keeps going up because speculators keep buying, which creates the illusion that the value is going up, which attracts more speculators who buy up more supply and further inflate the price. These speculators are enabled by a system that is prioritizing generating new mortgages purely for the sake of having more mortgages to package into bonds. The down payments are low and the mortgages all have a really attractive teaser rate, meaning that for the first 3 to 7 years of the mortgage, the monthly payments are rock bottom, as low as a few $100s per month against a mortgage that would normally charge thousands. Caught up in all this are legitimate buyers who have been lured into signing for a mortgage that they can't afford by aggressive salespeople who have an incentive to generate mortgages that they can then sell to a bank who can put it into a bond to sell to pension funds to make a line go up because it's good when the line goes up. It's a bubble. The bubble burst as the teaser rates on the mortgages started to expire. The monthly costs jumped up, and since the demand was synthetic, there were no actual buyers for the speculators to sell the houses to. So the speculators start dumping stock, which finally drives prices down, but because the original price was so inflated, the new price is still out of reach of most actual buyers. Legitimate buyers caught in the middle find their rates jumping too, but because the price of the house is going down as speculators try and dump their stock, the price of the house goes down relative to the mortgage issued, and thus they can't refinance and are locked into paying the original terms. Unable to sell the house and unable to afford the monthly payments, the owners, legitimate and speculators, default on their mortgages. They stop paying. Eventually, the default rate reaches criticality and the bonds fail. As the bonds fail, this impacts all the first order buyers of the bonds, hedge funds, pension funds, retirement savings funds, and the like. It also cascades through all derivatives, which are financial products that take their value directly from the value of the bond. This creates a knock-on effect. Huge segments of the economy turn out to be dead trees, rotten to the core, but as a rotten tree falls, it still shreds its neighbors and crushes anything below it. It was a failure precipitated by a combination of greed, active fraud, and willful blindness at all levels of power. The banks issuing the bad mortgages were the same banks selling the bonds and providing the capital to build the houses to generate the mortgages. The ratings agencies checking the bonds were themselves publicly traded and dependent on being in good relations with the banks, incentivized to rubber stamp whatever rating would make their client happy. The regulatory agencies that should have seen the problem coming were gutted by budget cuts and mired in conflicts of interest as employees use their positions in regulation to secure higher paying jobs in industry. And, the cherry on top, the people largely responsible for it all knew that because they and their toxic products were so interwoven into the foundations of the economy, they could count on a bailout from the government because no matter how rotten they were very large trees.
Bitcoin.
This naked display of greed and fraud created what would be fertile soil for both anti-capitalist movements and hyper-capitalist movements, both groups of people who saw themselves as being screwed over by the system, with one group diagnosing the problem as the system's inherently corrupt and corrupting incentives, and the other seeing the crisis as a consequence of too much regulation, too much exclusion. The hyper-capitalist or anarcho-capitalist argument is that in a less constrained market, there would be more incentive to call foul, that regulation had only succeeded in creating an in-group that was effectively able to conspire without competition. Of course, this argument fails to consider that a substantial number of people within the system did, in fact, get fabulously wealthy specifically by betting against the synthetic cess of the market, but regardless. Into this environment in 2009 arrived Bitcoin, an all-electronic peer-to-peer currency. Philosophically, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general was paraded as an end to banks and centralized currency. This
video also really dovetails with Adam Curtis' All Watched Over by Machines of Living Grace series. Okay, I haven't seen that one.
It's a bit of a hike from here to the Bored Ape Yacht Club, so I guess get ready for that. Strap in. As we get into this, we're going to have to deal with a lot of vocabulary, need to deal with a lot of complexity. Some of this is the result of systems that are very technically intricate, and some of this is from systems that are poorly designed or deliberately obtuse in order to make them difficult to understand and thus appear more legitimate. The entire subject sits at the intersection of two fields that are notoriously prone to hype-based obfuscation, computer tech and finance, and inherits a lot of bad habits from both, with a reputation for making things deliberately more difficult to understand, specifically to create the illusion that only they are smart enough to understand it. Mining and minting are both methods of making tokens, which are the base thing that blockchains deal with, but the two are colloquially different processes, where mining is a coin token created as a result of the consensus protocol, and minting is user-initiated addition of a token to a blockchain. All blockchains are made of nodes, and these nodes can be watcher nodes, miner nodes, or validator nodes, though most miner nodes are also validator nodes. Fractionalization is the process of taking one asset and creating a new asset that represents portions of the original. So you get DOG, a meme coin crypto DeFi venture capital fund backed by the fractionalization of the original Doge meme sold as an NFT to Pleaser DAO on the Ethereum network. I'm sorry, some of this is just gonna be like that. The idea behind cryptocurrency is that your digital wallet functions the same as a bank account. There's no need for a bank to hold and process your transactions because rather than holding a sum that conceptually represents physical currency, the crypto coins in your crypto wallet are the actual money. And because this money isn't issued by a government, it is resistant to historical cash crises like hyperinflation caused by governments devaluing their currency on purpose or by accident. It brings the flexibility and anonymity of cash and barter to the digital realm, allowing individuals to transact without oversight or intermediaries. And in a one-paragraph pitch, you can see the appeal. There's a compelling narrative there. But, of course, in the 12 years since then, none of that played out as designed. Bitcoin was structurally too slow and expensive to handle regular commerce. The whole thing basically came out the gate as a speculative financial vehicle, and so the only consumer market that proved to be a viable use was buying and selling prohibited drugs, where the high fees, rapid price fluctuations, and multi-hour transaction times were mitigated by receiving LSD in the mail a week later. And as far as banking is concerned, Bitcoin was never designed to solve the actual problems created by the banking industry, only to be the new medium by which they operated. The principal offering wasn't revolution, but at best a changing of the guard. The gripe is not with the outcomes of 2008, but the fact that you had to be well connected in order to get in on the grift in 2006. And even the change of the guard is an illusion. Old money finance assholes like the Winklevoss twins were some of the first big names to jump onto crypto, where they remain to this day. Financial criminal Jordan Belfort, convicted of fraud for running pump and dump schemes and barred for life from trading regulated securities or acting as a broker, loves crypto. Venture capitalist Chris Dixon, who has made huge bank off the old web in his role as a general partner at VC firm Andreessen Horowitz, is super popular in the NFT space. He likes to paint himself as an outsider underdog, fighting the gatekeepers, but he also sits on the boards of Coinbase, a large cryptocurrency exchange that makes money by being the gatekeeper, collecting a fee on all entries and exits to the crypto economy, and Oculus VR, which is owned by Meta, nay Facebook. Peter Thiel, who also went from wealthy to ultra wealthy off the Web 2 boom via PayPal, loves crypto and is friends with a bunch of eugenics advocates who promote cryptocurrency as a return to sound money for a whole bunch of extremely racist reasons, because when they start talking about banks and bankers, they mean Jews. Some of the largest institutional holders
that one
of
I didn't know about.
cryptocurrency are the exact same investment banks that created the subprime loan crash. Rather than being a reprieve to the people harmed by the housing bubble, the people whose savings and retirements were unknown to them being gambled on smoke, cryptocurrency instantly became the new playground for smoke vendors. This is a really important point to stress. Cryptocurrency does nothing to address 99% of the problems with the banking industry, because those problems are patterns of human behavior. Their incentives, their social structures, their modalities. The problem is what people are doing to others, not that the building they're doing it in has the word bank on the outside. In addition to not fixing problems, Bitcoin also came with a pretty substantial drawback.
I actually agree with most of what's been said, but this idea that systems cannot be designed to mitigate human problems is, I think, false. Like, of course, you have to address the problems as what they actually are, but you can design systems around mitigating those problems. I let him talk. Look, turn it. If you just want to watch the video, just go watch it. This is me reacting to it on stream. Don't tell me to let him talk.
The innovation of Bitcoin over previous attempts at digital currency was to employ a distributed append-only ledger, a kind of database where new entries can only be added to the end, and then to have several different nodes called validators compete over who gets to validate the next update. These are, respectively, the blockchain and proof-of-work verification. Now, proof-of-work has an interesting history as a technology, typically being deployed as a deterrent to misbehavior. For example, if you require that every email sent, the user's computer has to compute a small math program. It places a trivial load onto normal users sending a few dozen or even a couple hundred emails a day, but places a massive load on the infrastructure of anyone attempting to spam millions of emails. How it works in Bitcoin, simply put, is that when a block of transactions are ready to be recorded to the ledger, all of the mining nodes in the network compete with one another to solve a cryptographic math problem that's based on the data inside the block. Effectively, they're competing to figure out the equation that yields a specific result when the contents of the block are fed into it, with the complexity of the desired result getting deliberately more difficult based on the total processing power available to the network. Once the math problem has been solved, the rest of the validation network can easily double-check the work, since the contents of the block can be fed into the proposed solution, and it either spits out the valid answer or fails. If the equation works and the consensus of validator signs off on it, the block is added to the bottom of the ledger, and the miner who solved the problem first is rewarded with newly generated Bitcoin. The complexity of the answer that the computers are trying to solve scales up based on the network's processing power, specifically to incur heavy diminishing returns as a protection against an attack on the network where someone just builds a bigger computer and takes over. Critics pointed out that this created new problems. Adversarial validation would deliberately incur escalating processing costs, which would in turn generate perverse structural incentives that would quickly reward capital holders and lock out any individual that wasn't already obscenely wealthy, because while the escalating proof-of-work scheme incurs heavy diminishing returns are still returns. So more would always go to those with the resources to build the bigger rig. No matter what Bitcoin future was envisioned, in the here and now, computer hardware can be bought with dollars. Rather than dismantling corrupt power structures, this would just become a new tool for existing wealth. And that's exactly what happened. Thus began an arms race for bigger and bigger processing rigs, followed by escalating demands for the support systems, hardware engineers, HVAC, and operating space needed to put those rigs in. And don't worry, we're not forgetting the power requirements. These rigs draw an industrial amount of power, and because of the winner-takes-all nature of the competition, huge amounts of redundant work are being done and discarded. Estimates for this power consumption are hard to verify. The data is...
Okay, also the redundant work thing is kind of moot, since it's pointless work anyways. most of the work done is just abstract problems. It doesn't actually matter that it's redundant because it's not useful anyways.
Very complex, spread across hundreds of operators around the globe who move frequently in search of cheap electricity, and it's all pretty heavily politicized. But even conservative estimates from within the crypto mining industry puts the sum energy cost of Bitcoin processing on par with the power consumption of a small industrialized nation. Now, evangelists will counter that the global banking industry also uses a lot of power, gesturing at things like idle ATMs humming away all night long, which is, strictly speaking, not untrue. On a factual level, the entire global banking industry does, in fact, use a lot of total electricity. But for scale, it takes 6 hours of that sustained power draw for the Bitcoin network to process as many transactions as Visa handles in 1 minute. And during that time, Visa is using fractions of a cent of electricity per transaction. And that's just Visa. That's one major institution. So, like, yes, globally, the entirety of the banking industry consumes a lot of power, and a non-trivial portion of that is waste that could be better allocated. But it's also the global banking industry for 7 billion people, and not the hobby horse of a few 100,000 gambling addicts. So just to head all this off at the pass, Bitcoin and proof-of-work cryptocurrency aren't incentivizing a move to green energy sources like solar and wind, they are offsetting it. Because electrical consumption, electrical waste, is the value that underpins Bitcoin. Miners spend X dollars in electricity to mine a Bitcoin. They expect to be able to sell that coin for at least X plus profit. When new power sources come online and the price of electricity goes down, they don't let X go down, they build a bigger machine. In 2012, Vitalik Buterin, a crypto enthusiast and butthurt warlock main, set out to fix what he saw as the failings and inflexibilities of Bitcoin. Rather than becoming the new digital currency,
I had to take a call. No worries. Welcome back.
Used to buy stuff, Bitcoin had become an unwieldy speculative financial instrument, too slow and expensive to use for anything other than stunt purchases of expensive cars. It was infested with money laundering and mired in bad press. After the FBI shut down Silk Road, you couldn't even buy drugs with it anymore. In practice, you couldn't do anything with your Bitcoin but bet on it. Lock up money you already have in the hopes that Bitcoin goes up later, and pray you don't lose it all in a scam, lose access to your wallet, or have it all stolen by an exchange. The result, launched in 2014, was Ethereum, a competing cryptocurrency that boasted lower fees, faster transaction times, a reduced electrical footprint, and most notably, a sophisticated processing functionality. While the Bitcoin blockchain only tracks the location and movement of Bitcoins, Ethereum would be broader. In addition to tracking Ether coins, the ledger would also be able to track arbitrary blocks of data. As long as they were compatible with the structure of the Ethereum network, these blocks of data could even be programs that would utilize the validation network as a distributed virtual machine. Vitalik envisioned this as a vast, infinite machine, duplicated and distributed across thousands or millions of computers, a system onto which the entire history of a new internet could be immutably written, immune to censorship and impossible for governments to take down. He saw it dismantling banks and other intermediary industries, allowing everyone to be their own bank, to be their own stockbroker, to bypass governments, regulators, and insurance agencies. His peers envisioned a future where Ethereum became not just a repository of financial transactions, but of identity, with deeds, driver's licenses, professional credentials, medical records, educational achievements, and employment history turned into tokens and stored immutable and eternal on the chain. Through crypto and the Ethereum virtual machine, they could bring all the benefits of Wall Street investors and Silicon Valley venture capitalists to the poorest people of the world, the unbanked and forgotten. This heady, high-minded philosophy is outlined in great detail in the journalistic abortion, The Infinite Machine, by failed journalist turned crypto shill Camila Russo. The book is actually really interesting. Not for the merits of the writing, Russo fails to interrogate the validity or rationality of even the simplest claims, and falls just shy of hagiography by occasionally noting that something was a bit tacky or embarrassing, but only just shy. She tells florid stories about the impoverished people that Vitalik and friends claim to be working to save, but never once considers that the solutions offered might not actually work, or that the people claiming to want to solve those problems might not even be working on them. That's actually a big issue, since the entire crypto space, during the entire time that Russo's book covers, was absolutely awash with astroturfing schemes, where two guys would go to some small community in Laos or Angola, take a bunch of pictures of people at a crypto investing seminar, generate some headlines for their coin or fund, and then peace out. For years, dudes were going around asking vendors if they could slap a Bitcoin sticker onto the back of the cash register because the optics of making it look like a place takes Bitcoin was cheaper and easier than actually using Bitcoin as a currency. We have an entire decade of credulous articles about how Venezuela and Chile are on the verge of switching entirely to crypto, based entirely on the claim of
Let's
two
make our
trust
own
fund
Web3.
dudes from
Wait, what's
San
Web3?
Bernardino. A whole 10 years littered with discarded press releases about Dell and Microsoft and Square bringing crypto to the consumers before just quietly discontinuing their services after a year or two when they realized the demand isn't actually there. The fact the development of Ethereum was extremely dependent on a $100,000 fellowship grant from Peter Thiel is mentioned, but the ideological implications of that connection are never explored. The entire subject occupies a single paragraph, sprinkled as flavor into a story about Vitalik and his co-developers airing their grievances about some
Web3 is a
petty
decentralized World
The
Wide
book
Web.
is mostly useful for its value as a point of reference against reality. It's a very
I'd be
thorough,
curious
if
how that would
uncritical
how
document
that
of
would be supposed to work.
absolutely insane claims. The idea was that the traits of blockchain technology, such as having no central point of failure, being uncensorable, cutting out intermediaries, and being immutable, could also benefit other applications besides money. Financial instruments like stocks and bonds and commodities like gold were the obvious targets, but people were also talking about putting other representations of value like property deeds and medical records on the blockchain too. Those efforts, admirable considering Bitcoin hadn't and still hasn't been adopted widely as currency, were known as Bitcoin 2.0. I love this paragraph because it outlines just how disconnected from reality the people actually building cryptocurrencies really are. They don't understand
It says that
anything about the
Web3
ecosystems they're trying
can't
to
exist.
disrupt. They only
I
know
struggle
that
to
these
see
are
how it
things
could
that
exist,
can be
but
conceptualized as valuable, and assume that because they understand one very complicated thing, programming with cryptography, that all other complicated
certain
things
extent,
must be
it might
lesser
exist.
in complexity and naturally lower in the hierarchy of reality, nails easily driven by the hammer that they have created. The idea of putting medical records on a public, decentralized, trustless blockchain is absolutely nightmarish, and anyone who proposes it should be instantly discredited. The fact that Russo fails to question any of this is journalistic malpractice.
Wait, why?
Now,
Why would putting medical records on a decentralized blockchain be a problem? Why would it be a problem? Is he unaware that you can actually have them be cryptographically secure?
in terms of improvements over Bitcoin, Ethereum has many. It's not hard. Bitcoin sucks. In terms of problems with Bitcoin, Ethereum solves none of them and introduces a whole new suite of problems driven by the techno-fetishistic egotism of assuming that programmers are uniquely suited to solve society's problems. Vitalik wants his invention to be an infinite machine, so let's ask what that machine is built to do.
Like, okay, most of this explanation's been really good and everything, but now he's like full on just saying it's shit because it's shit, like not actually explaining. I don't like that.
In order to really understand the full scope of this, we do need to dig a bit more into the technical aspects, because that technical functionality informs the way that the rest of the system behaves. In a very McLuhanist way, the machine shapes the environment around it. As already mentioned, a blockchain consists of two broad fundamental components, the ledger and the consensus mechanism. All currently popular blockchains use an append-only ledger. Now this is, on its own, not that remarkable. Append-only is just a database setting that only allows new entries to be added to the end of the current database. Once something is written to the database, it's read-only. Standard applications are typically things like activity logs, which is conceptually all a blockchain really is, a giant log of transactions. The hitch is that it's decentralized, with elective participants hosting a complete copy of the entire log, and this is where the second component comes in, the consensus mechanism. All validating participants, called nodes, have a complete copy of the database, and no one copy is considered to be the authoritative copy. Instead, there is a consensus mechanism that determines which transactions actually happened. This is all the proof of work stuff. Proof of work isn't the only consensus mechanism, but it's popular because it's very easy to implement by just cloning Bitcoin and is resilient against the kind of attacks that crypto enthusiasts can.
If it could, why doesn't it exist yet after 12 fucking years of blockchain? First off, there's an...
It's a very...
Oh, fuck. First off, there's an incentive problem. Health insurance wants to have unadulterated access to the data. There's a real incentive problem, and it's not something people care enough about to make it profitable to implement. Secondly, it's like imagine trying to sell to investors, yeah, we're gonna make a health insurance company, except we can't data mine our clients because we're gonna make their medical records basically end-to-end secure. That's not a good selling point. That's why it doesn't exist. And admittedly, you can do it without blockchain. Probably you could probably implement the cryptographic techniques without blockchain. But with blockchain, you would have the the like no single point of failure thing where like trustless, etc. Which when it comes to purely digital stuff, that actually works. That's the only domain where it works. But it doesn't exist because it's fucking counterintuitive as far as how the economy works nowadays. Not because it's a bad idea. Like, people would have to fucking be militant about it for it to exist. I think that's the problem. Yeah, let's put this up here.
Brute force solution, but legitimately, if you want a network of ledgers where no one trusts anyone else, just making everyone on the network do extreme amounts of wasted duplicate work is a solution. One of the major problems that this machine solves is what's called the double spend problem. How do you stop someone from spending the same dollar twice? If someone tries, how do you determine which transaction really happened? Banks solve this problem by not correlating account balance with any specific dollar, processing transactions first come first serve, which they track with central resources, and punishing users with overdraft fees for double spending. Eschewing a central solution, cryptocurrencies rely on their consensus mechanism. The most popular alternative to proof of work is
Just now the profit motive exists? Well, what do you mean? There's no... It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist because until people care enough to leave health insurers for something that's more private, you will make more money by being able to data mine. Oh, you'd have to get rid of the profit motive first? Glad we agree. Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to get rid of the profit motive for it to be something people would actually go for. We do agree on that. Or you would, well, not necessarily. If enough, the thing is, if people actually cared about their privacy, then you could have a movement where people would stand up for their privacy. And I know it's very unlikely to happen, but oh fuck, I fucked up. I should have inverted the cemetery on the other thing. It's fine. Let's put it here. Or here, while we're at it. Yeah, let's put it here. Yeah, you can have the profit motive if profit is in favor of people dumping their current health insurance for one that respects their privacy. In theory, that could happen. And that's kind of happening right now with like green investing and all that stuff. People are
validators post collateral of.
Oops. People are favoring different kinds of consumerism, and people are favoring different kinds of consumerism and different kinds of investing, which are creating different incentives. Turn it. I am for fucking public healthcare insurance. That's and a public healthcare system. I'm just saying it can people can change their consuming habits and create capitalist pressure for more ethical entrepreneurship. It has happened. It's rare. It's not something to depend on, but it can happen.
Some kind, usually whatever currency is endemic to the chain, with the amount of collateral determining their odds of being rewarded the validation bounty for any given transaction. The main proposal of proof of stake is that it significantly reduces the wasted power problems of proof of work, but it's less resilient than proof of work. On the energy cost side of things, proof of stake is still inefficient just by virtue of the sheer volume of redundancy, but on a per user basis, it's at least inefficient on the scale of like an MMO as opposed to a steel foundry. This is difficult to assess because the most popular proof of stake chains are still unpopular and low traffic in the scope of things, heavily centralized. Claims about scalability are backed up by nothing but the creator's word. Proof of stake is also significantly more complex because there now needs to be some mechanism for determining who gets to do the validations and also determining how audits are conducted, and then the question of who has control over that system and whether or not someone can gain control of that system or control over the whole stake via just buying out the staking pool, etc, etc, etc. Proof of stake also even more explicitly rewards the wealthy who have the capital to both stake and spend. It's also even more explicitly exclusionary. Ethereum's proposed proof-of-stake migration has a buy-in of 32 Ether, which at the time of writing is about $130,000. So really only early adopters and the wealthy can actually meaningfully participate for more than just crumbs. This is, in turn, compounding inherent problems with the long-term growth of the chain. Even if you solve the escalating power requirements of proof of work, the data requirements of storing the chain and participating as a validator are also prohibitive in a way that inevitably centralizes power in the hands of a few wealthy operators.
85 terabytes per year is totally fine, right? Like, because 85 terabytes per year, like if you have even one person that just keeps buying like $100 hard drive, like I think once every month, then they can store it, right? Like it's something like that. So it's too big for just like a casual user that just wants to run the chain on their laptop, but one dedicated user who cares, like they can totally afford to store the chain. So 85 terabytes, not a big deal, right? But once you crank that number higher, there comes a point at which it starts becoming a really big deal.
The major downside of all these systems is that they're extremely slow. Proof of work is inefficient by design, and proof of stake has multiple layers of lottery that need to be executed before any transaction can be conducted, and, in particular, suffers from delays when elected validators are offline and the system needs to draw again. As an extension of being slow, they're also prone to getting overwhelmed if too many people try to make transactions simultaneously, which can cause desyncs between validators and even lead to what's called a fork, where two or more pools of validators reach a different consensus about the state of the network, and each branch keeps on going afterwards, assuming that it is the authoritative version. Forks can also be caused on purpose, and this is, in fact, the only way to effectively undo transactions. Like, if someone stole your coins, the only way to get them back would be to convince the people who manage the chain itself to negotiate a rollback. That's foreshadowing for later. Now, because the nature of a fork involves a disagreement on what transactions actually happened and who got paid for those transactions, this means that each arm of the fork has a vested interest in its own arm being the authoritative arm. So resolving forks can turn into irreconcilable schisms, which is funny as an outside observer viewing it as an inane internet drama, but is frankly unacceptable for anything posturing as a serious and legitimate currency. Like, it's important to stress that because of the nature of the chain, the way that the ID numbers of later blocks are dependent on the outcomes of previous blocks, these aren't just a few disputed transactions that need to be resolved between the buyer, the seller, and the payment processor. These are disagreements on the fundamental state of the entire economy that create an entire alternate reality. It's an ecosystem that absolutely demolishes consumer protections and makes the re-implementation of them extremely difficult. One of the big selling points of all this technology is that it's particularly secure, very difficult for anyone to hack it directly since there's so much redundancy. A lot of hay is made about the system's resiliency against man-in-the-middle attacks, which are your classic Hollywood hacker-type attacks. Someone sends a command from point A, and on the way to point B, it is intercepted and altered. Someone hacks into the bank and adds an arbitrary number of zeros onto their account balance. Evangelists will commonly claim that blockchain could revolutionize the global shipping industry and reduce fraud. It's a good claim to interrogate. First, the things that blockchain is capable of tracking are things that manufacturers and shippers are already tracking, or at least trying to track. So this is not so much revolution as it would be standardization. Even that is built on a predicate assumption that everyone picks the same chain. It's an extremely optimistic assumption. Many firms deliberately want their information centralized and obfuscated to protect against corporate espionage. The lack of a shared, standardized bucket to put all the information into is not because it's been heretofore impossible, but because it's been undesirable. Second, it assumes the existence of a theoretical mechanism that ensures the synchronization of the chain and reality above and beyond the current capacity of logistics software. Some means of preventing people from just lying to the blockchain and giving it the information it expects to be receiving, the blockchain equivalent of ripping off the shipping label and slapping it on the new box. The bigger problem here is that in the pantheon of fraud, man-in-the-middle attacks are actually pretty rare. Global shipping needs to deal with it in certain capacities, but taken on the whole, the vast majority of fraud doesn't come from altering information as it passes between parties, rather from colluding parties entering bad information at the start. Con artists don't hack the Gibson to transfer your funds to their offshore account, they
think I should
convince you
leave.
to give them your password. Most fraud comes from people who technically have permission to be doing what they're doing. Rather than preventing these actual common types of fraud, cryptocurrency has made them absurdly easy, and the main reason why cryptocurrency needs to be so resistant to man-in-the-middle attacks is because the decentralized nature of the network otherwise makes them acutely vulnerable to those attacks. What this all kind of means is that blockchains are all pretty bad at doing most of the things they're trying to do, and a lot of the innovations in blockchains are attempts at solving problems that blockchains
Those fights are gonna
introduced.
be rough.
The biggest issue that cryptocurrencies have suffered from is a lack of tangible things to actually use them on as currencies, rent or food or transit. This is for pretty simple reasons. One is that the transaction fees on
Fuck it,
popular
let's be
chains
greedy.
are so prohibitive that it's pointless to use them on any transaction that isn't hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. No one
I never
is
leave
going
in loop
to
here,
buy
so I
the
make no
Bitcoin
progress.
bucket from their local KFC. Ethereum's main transaction fee, called gas, on a good day runs around $20 US per transaction.
That's a lot of damage.
But that's severely optimistic. As of December 2021, the daily average cost of gas hasn't gone below $50 US since August, with the 3-month daily average riding over $130. And that's just the daily average. The hourly price can and does swing by up to 2 orders of magnitude. The throughput of blockchains is so abysmal that transaction slots are auctioned off to the highest bidder. That's why these numbers are so extreme. It only takes a few high rollers competing on a transaction to drive the hourly price of gas up over $1,000 US. The internal term for this is a gas war, because it's just that common. Bots, in particular, can drive gas prices well into the tens of thousands of dollars as they compete to capitalize on mistakes, such as someone listing something for sale well below its general market price. Also, it needs to be stressed, these gas wars aren't localized to just the thing that's being fought over. If Steam is getting hammered because Concerned Ape posted Stardew Valley 2 by surprise, that will probably stay pretty well contained. If Taylor Swift concert tickets go on sale and Live Nation gets crushed, you might never even know.
Oh, fuck,
What
I
those
died.
don't do is cause
The
the
greed.
cost of placing an order on DriveThruRPG to spike by 8,000% for 3 hours. The second big reason is that value on the coins themselves is so volatile that unless you're willing to engage with the speculative nature of the coins, there's actually a huge risk in accepting them as payment for anything. Bitcoin in particular, owing to its glacial transaction times, suffers from
Should've
problems
left.
where the value of the coin can change dramatically between the start and end of a transaction. This is such a problem that it's led to the rise of an entire strata of middlemen in the ecosystem, so-called stablecoin exchanges like Tether that exist to quickly transfer cryptocurrencies between each other and lock in values. The stablecoins, rather than having a speculative value, have a value that's pegged to the value of an actual currency, like the euro or US dollar. The underlying problem that they exist to solve is itself twofold. One is that converting cryptocurrency into dollars is the step of the process that makes you accountable to the taxman, and the primary goal of crypto in general is to starve public services, so that's a no-go. The second is that there just aren't actually that many buyers, and there's not enough liquidity in the ecosystem to cash out big holdings. Tether, the largest stablecoin, used to advertise itself as being backed on a one-to-one basis back when it was called Realcoin, but that language has become far more nebulous over time as it's become obvious that it just isn't true. This is a very complicated situation,
What do I
but the
think
short
of Bitcoin?
version is that the people who own Tether also own a real money exchange called Bitfinex.
So, disclaimer, I actually own a bunch of Bitcoin, well, half a Bitcoin. That being said, I think pretty poorly of Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is pretty fucking shit. I agree with a lot of the points this guy's making. That being said, yeah, I own that much because I used to, it was like 10 or 15 years ago, I wanted to buy some weed off of Silk Road. And with my friend, we bought like a bunch of Bitcoin for, it was like 20 or 50 euros per Bitcoin. And like years later, he found, like, he like recovered the account and there still was 1 Bitcoin on it. So we split it in half, basically. So yeah, pretty good interest on that 50 euro or like 50 euro investment, I gotta say. But but that's just, yeah. I don't know. I never really believed in Bitcoin as a currency, and as a store of value, it's completely arbitrary. What do I think of crypto in general then? I think some of the technologies might have interesting uses. I'm not against it in general, but the reality is that most of the people who do stuff in crypto are either suckers or they're scam artists. It's unironically, most of the people who are in crypto are one or the other. Not all of them. There are people who are like legit and really into like alternative finance, and they have all the like those ideas about how they want to organize transactions and all those kind of stuff. Like if you legit believe in that, and sure, I mean, there's arguments against crypto being the solution to that. This guy's bringing up a lot of them, but at least you believe in something. Like you're putting your money where your mouth is. That being said, most people who are in crypto, they either look at stuff like, you know, like me putting in 50 euros and now I have like what 20 it's gone down, so it's like what half a Bitcoin is like 15k now or something. That's still amazing returns, and they're like, okay, I want to be the next one to get rich. So suckers, people who want to be on the next like GameStop, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, whatever the fuck, or scam artists, the people who are creating ICOs, promoting them on Reddit, creating like weird, like another weird ass exchange, selling you NFTs, etc., etc. There are also legit artists selling NFTs that also exist. Just as much as I believe that there are probably legit collectors of NFTs, people who just buy NFTs not as an investment, but who actually enjoy the work of the artist and just want to enjoy it. I believe that too. But for the most part, it's a pretty ugly world from what I've seen.
And there's evidence that the two services, both which require having actual dollars on hand in order to back their products and facilitate exchanges.
But hey, also if you're making money off of it, good for you. You know, I ain't gonna hate on you.
That at any given time, either service is potentially backed by $0.
It's all good.
Or at least that's what the data implies might be the case. Point is that if you're a high roller with hundreds of millions of conceptual dollars tied up in cryptocurrency, there's a fundamental cash problem. Your holdings have inflated to tens, hundreds, or thousands of times what you put in, but that price is just theoretical. It's speculative. You have all this crypto, you can't meaningfully spend it, and there's not enough buyers for you to get it out. In order for you to cash out, you need to convince someone else to buy in. These factors, taken holistically, mean that cryptocurrency is a bigger fool's scam. There's a lot of digital ink spilt trying to outline if it's a decentralized Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme or some hybrid of the two, which is a taxonomical argument that I'm not here to settle, but like both of those, it's a bigger fool's scam. The whole thing operates by buying worthless assets, believing that you will later be able to sell them to a bigger fool. The entire structure of cryptocurrencies at their basic level of operation is designed to deliver the greatest rewards to the earliest adopters, regardless of if you're talking about proof of work or proof of stake. This is inherent to their being. As Stephen Deal put it, these schemes around crypto tokens cannot create or destroy actual dollars. They can only shift them around. If you sell your crypto and make a profit in dollars, it's only because someone else bought it at a higher price than you did. And then they expect to do the same, and so on ad infinitum. Every dollar that comes out of cryptocurrency needs to come from a later investor putting a dollar in. Crypto investments cannot be anything but a zero-sum game, and many are actually massively negative-sum. In order to presume a crypto investment functions as a store of value, we must simultaneously need to suppose an infinite chain of greater fools who keep buying these assets at any irrational price and into the future forever.
All right, with all that out of the way, let's talk about the ape in the room.
NFTs super sexy, man, it always lures me. I'm too focused and you know you'll never ever deter me. Crypto astronaut, DJ moving so hazardous. Crypto, what I gon' dabble, open seas like chapel, yeah.
What the fuck is this song?
NFTs, non-fungible tokens. On a conceptual level, the tech acts as a sort of generic database to mediate the exchange of digital stuff. The most optimistic read on it is a framework for a type of computer code that creates so-called true digital objects, meaning digital objects that possess the attributes of both physical objects and digital, being losslessly transmittable while providing strict uniqueness, which is an important concept.
It's okay.
Strict uniqueness is a way of saying that two different things are different things, even if they're different copies of the same thing. My copy of Grey by E.L. James is strictly unique. While millions of copies of the book exist, this is the only copy that is this copy. And this is the only copy that has the very specific damage of being glued shut and thrown into the Bow River. It is also strictly scarce. While millions of copies of Grey exist, that's still a finite number, meaning it is possible, though not immediately practical, for the world to run out of copies. NFTs impose a simulacrum of this physical scarcity and uniqueness onto digital objects within their ecosystem. On a technical level, non-fungible token is just a token that has a unique serial number and can't be subdivided into smaller parts. Two tokens, even two that tokenize the same conceptual thing, are still strictly unique with different serial numbers. Within the context of Ethereum and its clones, these tokens are effectively a small packet of data that can contain a payload of code. It's a box that you can put a microprogram into. That microprogram is called a smart contract, a name that is so comically full of itself that I feel like it's misleading to even call them that, but I have to for simplicity's sake. But real quick, yes, that is how the inventors conceptualized the role of these things, as the unity of programming and law. The phrase code is law gets bandied about as an aphorism, and it's just so full of holes that we're going to be spending the next forever talking about it. Before we move into that, this is the root of it. There is a tremendous disconnect between what NFT advocates say they do and what they actually do. But, and this is very important, both the claimed functionality and the actual functionality are both bad. It's all broken, none of it works well, so the idea of it becoming the norm is terrible. But the prospect of what the world would look like if all the mythologizing and overpromising came true also super sucks. The end goal of this infinite machine is the financialization of everything. Any benefits of digital uniqueness end up being a quirk, a necessary precondition of turning everything into a stock market. There's nothing particularly offensive underpinning the concept of digital collectibles. Frameworks and subcultures for forms of digital collectibles have existed for decades within various contexts, but NFTs exist to lend credibility and functionality to the cryptocurrencies that they exist on top of. Okay. Code is law. Now, what that little smart contract program does is up to the token creator. It can be a relatively sophisticated applet that allows the user to execute various commands, or it can be a plain hypertext link to a static URL of an image, or anything in between. Most are a lot closer to static URLs than they are to functional programs. This is in part because the thing that NFTs have become synonymous with are digital artworks, but really what the token represents is arbitrary. It can be a video game item, a permission slip, a subscription, a domain name, a virus that steals all your digital stuff, or a combination of all of those. Well, the concept has been floating around since 2015 when the framework was thrown together in a day during a hackathon, and the first Ethereum implemented tokens were minted in 2017. For the mainstream, the story starts in the spring of 2021, following a string of high-priced sales of tokens minted by digital artist Beeple, culminating in a $69 million sale of a collage of Beeple's work in March via old money auction house Christie's. This high-profile sale triggered a media frenzy and an online gold rush as various minor internet celebrities raced to cash in on the trend, hoping to be the next to cash out big. Over the course of about 6 weeks, the ecosystem burnt through just about every relevant meme possible. Lena Morris, popularized on Reddit as Overly Attached Girlfriend, sold the original screen grab to Emirati music producer Farz and Fard for the equivalent of a little over $400,000 US. Zoe Roth, aka Disaster Girl, sold the NFT of the original Disaster Girl photograph to Fard for also $400,000. Kyle Craven sold the original Bad Luck Brian photo for $36,000 to anonymous buyer at A. Nyan Cat sold for almost $600,000 with multiple variants also selling for six figures. Alice at Harvard sold Creepy Chan 1 and 2 for $67,000 and $83,000 respectively, also both to Fard. In addition to these high-profile sales of things that were already popular, whale buyers like Fard were dropping 4- and 5-figure sales onto a random assortment of other artworks. Corporations and individuals auctioned off NFTs representing intangible, non-transferable concepts like the first tweet or the first text message. Cryptocurrency evangelists jumped at every opportunity to proselytize this new, bold, revolutionary marketplace that would free artists from the yoke of the gig economy and provide buyers with an immutable record of ownership of authenticated artwork stored on an eternal distributed machine. You could be holding the next generation's Picasso. Artists could continue to earn passive revenue from secondary sales. Imagine what it'll be worth in 5 years. This created an air of absolute mania, as it seemed like anything could be the golden ticket. Digital artists, especially those working with media like generative art that's difficult to monetize.
Man, this
via
damage to
conventional
all
channels
build
like
is
physical
really good.
prints, raced into the space and, on the whole, lost a lot of money. Critics began questioning what it was that was actually being bought and sold. Copyright, commercial permission, a digital file, bragging rights? In a huge number of cases, the answer wasn't very clear, and even the sellers, caught in the promise of a payday, weren't altogether sure what they had even sold. Tons of the tokens did little more than point to images stored on normal servers readily accessible via HTTP, meaning the bought assets would be just as vulnerable to link rot as anything else. Some pointed to images stored on peer-to-peer IPFS servers, which are more resistant to link rot, as, similar to a torrent, it only requires that someone keep the file active somewhere, rather than requiring the original server to stay up. But as millions of dead torrents prove, that's still a far cry from
So
the eternal.
this link rot thing is actually really, really important. There's already been a few people trolling. I don't remember. I think Turnit shared that with me. There was this troll about NFTs where a guy was selling like cool looking NFTs on the marketplaces, and then once the once the server serving the image for the NFT detected that they were loading the image from a different place than on the webpage of the NFT marketplace, it loaded the poop emoji instead. So like, yeah, you this is actually really important about NFTs.
Storage solution that evangelists were claiming. The images were stored and delivered the same way as any other image on the internet, easily saved or duplicated simply by virtue of the fact that in order for your computer to display an image, it needs to download it. Claims of digital scarcity apply only to the token itself, not the thing the token signified. More than that, there was no cryptographic relationship between the image and the tokens. The image associated with a token could be easily altered or replaced if the person with access to the server that the image was hosted on just changed file names, making the relationship between the two tenuous and flimsy in a way that undermined the claims that this was somehow a more durable, reliable way of transacting digital art. There was also no root proof of authenticity, no confirmation that the person minting the artwork was the person who created the artwork. This is a pretty handy encapsulation of the way that blockchain fails to solve the most common problems with fraud, which tend to start with bad data going into a system at the input, not data being altered midstream. Artists who complained about this system, which clearly incentivized impersonating popular artists, including deceased artists, were told that it was their fault for not jumping in sooner. That if they had bought in and minted their stuff first, then it would have been easy to prove the forgeries. Because evangelists really don't see this as a tool, as a market that may or may not fit into an artist's business. They see it as the future. So failure to participate isn't a business decision, it's just a mistake. They're terrible people. All told, the frenzy collapsed pretty quickly. By June, the market had already receded by about 90%, which incidentally just further incentivized the low-effort process of minting other people's artwork to the point that art platform DeviantArt implemented an extremely well-received feature that scans several popular NFT marketplaces for matching images. The output of that is extremely depressing. Not to labor the point, but reposting digital art without attribution is nothing new. Profiting off someone else's art is also nothing new. All that's new is NFTs represent a high-energy marketplace with an irrational pricing culture where the main buyer is easily flattered and not particularly discerning. The potential payoff is extremely high, much, much higher than a bootleg Redbubble store. The consequences border on non-existent, and the market is clearly in an untenable state, so there's an incentive to get in at as low a cost as possible before it collapses. Hence, the absolute plague of art theft. Even the argument that artists could make passive revenue off secondary sales turned out to have a lot of caveats attached. One, the smart contract for the token needs to have a function that defines royalties, so anyone who minted a token based off of hype, making it sound like an inherent function of the system, was out of luck. And two, the token doesn't know what a sale is and can't differentiate between being sold and being transferred. So it's actually the marketplace that informs the token you're being sold and collects the royalties. End result, royalties are easily bypassed simply by using a marketplace that doesn't collect royalties or uses a different format of royalty collection that's incompatible with the function the token uses. While a few sellers, legitimate and otherwise, made off with undeniably big paydays, hundreds of thousands of artists bought in only to find that there wasn't a new, revolutionary, highly trafficked audience of digital art collectors. Instead, there was a closed market, dealing in casino chips, where the primary winners were those already connected, who already had the means to get the attention of the whales in the media, a market where participation required buying into a cryptocurrency at a rapidly fluctuating price in order to pay the minting costs to post the work where it would sit unsold. This left those artists in the lurch, where they had to choose between just eating the losses or attempting to convince their existing audience to buy in as well. The people who actually won were the people with large holdings of cryptocurrency, specifically Ethereum, which mediated the vast majority of these big-ticket purchases. David Gerard, author of Attack of the 50-Foot Blockchain, summarized it on his blog very succinctly as such. NFTs are entirely for the benefit of the crypto grifters. The only purpose the artists serve is as aspiring suckers to pump the concept of crypto, and of course to buy cryptocurrency to pay for minting NFTs. Sometimes the artist gets some crumbs to keep them pumping the concept of crypto. The rush benefits them in two ways. First, the price of Ether itself goes up directly from the spike in demand. Between January and May, the price of Ether rose from $700 to $4,000.
I think I will switch to the vampirism build
to keep my HP up. Who aren't just trading Bitcoin for Tether for Ether and back again, but are buying in with dollars, providing the whole system with the liquidity needed for whales to actually cash out. This arrangement, needing to buy a highly volatile coin from people who paid far, far less for it in order to participate in a market that they control, is why people reflexively describe the whole arrangement as a scam. If you buy in at $4,000 and compete against people who bought in at $4, you're the sucker. It reveals the basic truth that these aren't marketplaces, they're casinos. And indeed, even through all the rhetoric of protecting artists and whatnot, was the ever-present specter of the gamble. Whatever you buy now might be worth hundreds of times more later. Constantly invoked is the opposite proposition of the bad deal. What if you had been the person who bought in at $4? Let's take a closer look at that eye-watering $69 million Beeple sale. Independent journalist Amy Castor has done an enviable job running down the details here in her piece, Metakovan, the mystery Beeple art buyer and his NFT DeFi scheme. But to summarize the long and short of her notes, the buyer is a crypto entrepreneur named Vignesh Sundaresan,
Oh my god, 13 damage to all.
to boost the reputation and value of his own crypto investment scheme, Metapurse, and Metapurse's own token, B20, which Beeple owns 2% of the total supply of.
I'm doing it.
Following the Christie's sale, the reported value of B20 went from 36 cents per token to $23. And that's just the anatomy of a single sale. The very obvious conclusion observers reached was that none of this is about the art at all, but the speculative value. Not what it's worth to you, but what it'll potentially be worth in the future to someone else. It's not a market, it's a casino. Gambling on the receipt for an image or video that otherwise infinitely digitally replicable. The thing itself is immaterial as long as it can make a line go up. This is the essence of the market and a microcosm of what evangelists imagine they want to see as the future, the financialization of everything. The frenzied market around old Reddit memes was doomed from the start. There's a finite supply of meaningful originals, so to keep this thing going, to keep the line going up, you need something more. Something less tied to anything specific.
Sir, the Lambo's ready.
What?
In the months since the initial craze, the marketplace had mutated. The it thing was no longer memes or digital works from established artists, but character profiles from large, procedurally generated collections with names like CryptoPunks, Bored Ape Yacht Club, Lazy Lions, Cool Cats, Ether Gals, Gator World, Baby Llama Club, Magic Mushroom Club, Rogue Society Bot, and Crypto Chicks. These were notable for, again, commanding utterly irrational prices, seemingly completely decoupled from any legitimate or legal transaction, and being generally extremely fugly. This surge generated an immediately adversarial relationship between the buyers, who touted them as both evidence of their extravagant wealth and their foresight into the future of digital economies,
and then switch to
pretty much
weapon.
everyone else. A very common response to anyone using one of these profile pics or bragging about their purchase became saving and reposting the image in reply, or even changing profile pics to match. Spurred by a speculative tweet from Twitter developers suggesting that they were working on an NFT verification system, Twitter users broadly rallied at the opportunity to immediately identify people that it was okay to bully. Tweets from within the cryptosphere started leaking out, things like Santiago Santos tweeting things like NFTs equal identity 2.0. Can't remember the last time I used my pick on the left. Emphasis on physical traits, genetic lottery, prone to bias and prejudice. Identity by choice, unique and digitally scarce, representation of values and beliefs. Of course, what Santiago was leaving out was that he had paid the equivalent of $171,000 US for that profile pic, which probably gives him some incentive to
plus 120 max HP, plus 5 max HP for every adjacent mountain rock tile, spawns a harpy every 2 days.
Oh yeah, I should put them around. A non-representational image as a profile pic. For about 6 years, my profile on the Dungeons and Dragons forums was a stock photo of a cabbage.
Okay, so when I get around here, I switch my
breaking new
equipment to
Greg
direct
Eisenberg
damage.
sat at his computer and decided to bang out
instead of
most
damage
people
to all.
who make fun of NFTs own 0 NFTs, have never minted an NFT, have never participated in a community, have never staked their NFT, haven't built on top of an NFT project, have never earned an NFT playing a game, missed out on Bake, Punks, Cool Cats, etc. A chain of logic implying that skeptics of the market are just uninformed, sore losers. Incidents like these lent to the very accurate perception that the loudest voices in NFTs weren't very familiar with internet culture as a whole, weren't terribly smart in general, and were by and large coming at all this from the financial side, further supported by all of them having "tweets are not investment advice" in their Twitter bios. In short, the same people who made and bought Juicero.
Good luck, thanks. And this is my best shot. This is my best run ever.
It also laid bare that the conversations were inherently suspect. How can you ever trust
the fact that I have this
someone
good
telling you how
of
awesome their
HP total,
$178,000 investment is
all my
when
potions,
your persuasion stands to
really good
directly benefit them by potentially driving up the value of their investment portfolio? You've got to be extremely rich for $171,000 to not be an extremely sunk cost, and that's absolutely going to weigh on your mind and influence how you see the market. So for my part, I tweeted about several of these incidences and was in response hounded for days by annoying people with NFT profile pics who insisted that I just didn't get it.
Okay,
I
this is
wasn't
good.
seeing
I'll switch to the dark.
community. So I decided to go see the community. My experiment started with the Cool Cats Discord, one of the communities that I'd been assured was top of the pile. I joined, read back through days and days of conversation logs, watched the active conversations, and was generally unimpressed. It was at best unremarkable. A primary concern was still rooted in the monetary value of the tokens.
Right-click the weapon, I
If
can
you
have
spend
favorites
1
it.
million on a cat,
Wait, what?
it's not just for Twitter, and no one would be happy seeing someone mint another one later for free.
Oh, so
That's
I
why
get to
punks
keep
are
it?
at 120 ETH.
Oh.
Symbols, memes, there's the value.
Oh.
What wasn't
really
unremarkable
good.
is the way that I was immediately deluged by bots sending me invites to other discords. So
Yeah,
between
okay, I
the
need to-
spam I was receiving and
need
the
to do
Cool
this.
Cats dedicated shill channel, I came up with an idea.
Rap crypto, y'all know Bitcoin. I wanna thank y'all for checking out this joint. See, I'm Vandal, the token rapper, and this right here is a brand new chapter. Follow me as I go Rambo to the moon in my brand new Lambo.
For days now, I've been accepting
this is
every
good.
spam NFT Discord invite I've received, and it's getting dire.
Stoner Cats, Oni Ronin, Magic Mushroom Club, NF Tits, The Humanoids, Ether Gals, Cool Cats, Senzu Seeds, Pro Camel Riders, Long Ween Club, Stick Humans, Bumping Uglies, World of Wojak, Gen Map, Dimes, Magic Marbles NFT, Beverly Hills Car Club, Cash Cows, Long Neck Cartel, Pug Force, Hood Punks, Gorilla Club, Alien Archives, Betting Buddhas, Fighting Turtle Club, The Iconomals, Basement Dwellers, Wizardman Jenkins, Cotty, Metamons,
Yes,
Crazy
an
Skulls,
Oblivion.
Box
I needed
Gang,
it.
Jim
Perfect.
Punks, Uncovered,
Right, this is
Nitro
my best
Punks,
chance
Crypto Bulls,
I've ever had
Masquerade
at
Massacre,
beating
Cat
the
Colony,
Lich.
Skelleftees, Daffy Panda Ganging Up, Betting
It's actually
Toms,
doable.
Wolves of Wall Street, Happy Sharks, Teacup Pigs, Cool Llamas, Mad Carrot Gang.
After this fight,
Barnyard
I switched to
Fashionistas,
the
Soul Cities, Oink Club,
direct
Outlaw
damage
Punks,
build.
Crypto Astronauts, NFT Worlds, Panda Paradise, Time Travelers, Cyberkongs, Party Ape Billionaire Club, J Corps, Cryptocados, Meta Birds, and that's about as far as I got before more or less giving up and finally shutting off Discord DMs. Now, this is a fraction of what's out there, but I do think it's a pretty representative sample, and I learned a lot. For example, the basic psychological profile of the average buyer is someone who is tenuously middle class, socially isolated, and highly responsive to memes. They are someone who has very little experience with real businesses and
Does
production
this stack?
processes, thus are
Probably not.
unlikely to be turned off by unrealistic claims about future returns. They are insecure
matter.
about their lack of knowledge, and this makes them very susceptible to flattery, in particular being assured that the only reason for negativity is because critics just don't understand what they understand. Being tenuously middle class gives them enough disposable income to engage with a pretty expensive system, but also a very potent anxiety about their financial future. It goes without saying that they're fixated on money and they principally understand the technology as a means of making money. Criticism of the system is typically met with confusion. Don't you want to make money? I also learned a lot about fraud
time
and
to
how
switch.
to do it both on purpose and by accident. The term rug pull, with its derivations rug and rugged, all to describe projects that made big promises but then took the money and ran, embedded themselves in my vocabulary extremely quickly. The market is just absolutely lousy with fraud and deception. Wash trading, where you sell something to your own sock puppets in order to lure in real buyers who think they're getting a good deal, is rampant. Market manipulation is
Shit,
so
I shouldn't
common
have
and
switched.
accepted that it's
I forgot
actually
about the
considered bad
vampires.
form if project leaders don't actively engage in it. Like, it's considered disrespectful to the buyers if the project leaders don't help them inflate the resale price. Also, and I really should not leave this merely implied, the art is bad, but not in any sort of interesting way. It's bad in a smoothed over copycat way, a low effort garbage dump from artists who have largely given up on having ideas or opinions. Derivative, lazy, ugly, hollow, and boring. The capacity for original thought long having been drained out of the illustrators kept in the employ and proximity of people who refuse to shut up about cryptocurrency, there is an overwhelming tendency to fall back on stale memes and self-flattery. A massive volume of cryptocurrency art ends up being art about cryptocurrency, transparent pandering to an audience that is either deeply stupid or easily pleased, and quite possibly both. Absent any artistic insight, the vacuum is instead filled to overflowing with references to Doge memes, Bitcoin, Ethereum, stonks, to the moon, buy the dip, good morning, and desperate pleas for senpai Elon Musk to notice them, all presented with the earnestness and authenticity of a Pickle Rick bong. It's tempting to say that my approach, accepting every spam invite, was a really flawed way to delve deeper, that obviously accepting invites from spam bots would mainly lead me into less stable projects. But surprisingly no. I got just as much spam for successful projects as humanoids and NFT worlds as I did for rug pulls like crypto astronauts and hoodpunks. On the whole, if you just look at the pitch package and the sample product, there's very little material difference between a project that's going to sell out 10,000 tokens in 6 hours and one that's going to become a trash fire as the project leader has a nervous breakdown and burns them in 3 days post-launch after only selling 800 tokens. Party 8 Billionaire Club sold out, bringing in about $3.2 million, and are now flexing their wealth by partnering with other crypto projects like the 2 Chainz produced NFT cartoon show, The Red Ape Family, which is just really truly shows off the community's deep pockets and
can you explain game, please?
Quality.
It's
Deep in their roadmap is the promise that they will start production.
Even if I had full HP, I don't think I would have won.
That buyers are entirely faithful in.
The game is about it's Loop Hero, so it's an auto whatever the fuck you call them, or the auto games where like the game plays itself, and auto battler, yeah. But the interesting parts, you have a little management screen here where you build up a camp. Basically, it's like a post-apocalyptic setting where the entire world got destroyed, like TFT sort of, but in a more procedural, not procedural. Wait, what the fuck are they called? The games with the procedural I forgot the name. Yeah, basically you build your own difficulty. So you're a hero in a post-apocalyptic world here on a loop, and what you do is you're gonna fight monsters and put down stuff all along the road that's gonna spawn monsters and give you like better loot, and you're gonna get stronger, but the monsters also get stronger until finally this bar fills up, and you the map completion, the boss of this chapter will appear on the campfire tile. Or you can leave early on the campfire to save, because you collect resources as you go around, and you can return early to give the resources to take the resources back to camp. Ooh, it's an upgrade. So like this guy is running around, he's killing the slimes by himself, but you see I get those cards on the bottom, and for example, a cemetery spawns a skeleton every 3 days. So you know what? I'm going to put up the cemetery here. Then a blood grove, I can only be placed near near other trees. But hey, look, I can put a grove here, and I can put the blood grove adjacent to it. A meadow heals 2 HP at the start of every day. I'm just going to put it up here in the corner. And a battlefield spawns a chest on an adjacent tile each loop. Enemies on the tiles around it can become ghosts when they die. So you know this I'm gonna put far away from like anything else, just to be so it doesn't like turn monsters into ghosts.
Crypto Astronauts sold 1,262 of their 9,485 tokens, bringing in an impressive $375,000. But as nice as that number is, it's not remotely enough to even start proceeding on their plan to build a full-scale PvP-based MMO. Following the failed mint in October, the devs slowly went quiet, and then bit by bit, websites, social media accounts, and eventually the Discord itself all disappeared. Based off the ostensible product, why should one of these succeed?
Want to place in backseat for that thing? Sure. Because look, I used to stack everything as much as possible, and it becomes impossible. Like it actually becomes impossible to win the game when I stack everything. Put it closer to your loop so you get the chest reward early into loop. Oh, that's a good meme. Yeah. That's actually a good meme. All right, I'll put the second one here then. I'll keep that in mind.
and the other fail. The key distinction ultimately between a Party Ape Billionaire Club and a Crypto Astronauts is that PABC was already flush with cash and able to manufacture hype with high-priced giveaways and expensive advertising. Buying advertising space in Times Square, in particular, is a specific fixation. But running a 10-second ad every 8 minutes on one out-of-the-way billboard in Times Square isn't effective advertising, not externally. All it's really good for is internal propaganda, making insiders feel like the money that they've spent is buying credibility. And if you're in a speculative bubble, betting that someone down the line will buy you out for more than you bought in, credibility is worth everything in the world.
Most game devs would hesitate to post this to Twitter. They posted it to Times Square.
This is pervasive.
Wow.
Even in the most
dude, that voice. That was the fucking voice of the my intellect is like an octopus. That guy's making NFTs now. Yeah, like the Vampire Mansion is typically the shit that like actually spooks me. I could put it here because I got the Blood Grove, so it's kind of safe-ish. I'll put it here. I'll try to moderate the difficulty on this run.
Ones that have been going for years, there's not really an underlying thing. These aren't fandoms in the way that you would experience them around a game or a TV show or a book. The product is pretty insubstantial, if not functionally non-existent. This is where these projects diverge significantly from the artworks that drove the speculative mania in the spring. They're not positioning themselves as art that's worth possessing for the art, as flimsy and illusory as that claim was, but as ongoing projects that you buy into. The purchase of a token is an abstracted version of buying early stock in a company, a venture capital style investment in promises, which is a very significant mutation. Okay, so what do these phantom companies claim to exist to do? Pretty much all of them promise direct financial returns in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes this is just a nebulous sense that the whole thing will go to the moon, meaning the value of the tokens will take off and thus early buyers will be able to resell for huge profits, or more direct as the project leaders promise the formation of, effectively, an unofficial hedge fund investing a communal pool into other crypto products. Probably the funniest of all of these was Betting Kongs, which wanted to create an unregistered real money casino in which token holders would be explicitly part owners and also permitted to gamble in the casino that they owned.
Betting Kongs is not your ordinary NFT project. We aim to create passive income for our NFT owners by co-owning a casino with a profit split. Welcome to the white paper, fellow gamblers. Why are we doing this? To put it short, we love gambling, and we noticed how a lot of the operators out there are owned by large corporations who have no care for the community or the service they provide. We want to provide a project where everyone playing can be a co-owner of the place they're playing at and make money from it all.
Failure was probably the best
at the start of the
outcome for
loop
everyone
to,
here, if we're being honest. Some promise this in the form of a more conventional media project, like a comic book or a cartoon or a movie, or all of the above.
We have planned the creation of a series of comics dedicated to the Pixel Girl. The key image is static, or at least we think so now.
Booba.
But the squeaky girl is still a seductress, so the image of breasts will be presented in various variations that our community will approve. Let's imagine there are 5,000 NF tits holders. There is a 30 million market of comics lovers in the US. On average, every comics lover spends around $20 USD per comic per week. It means $80 per month and $960 per year. The total addressable market is worth $28
Tits were here in the video.
800 million USD. Dude. Let's imagine we take 1% of this market. It's 288 million USD per year on the base of monthly subscriptions raised in crypto. This is a cash flow.
Nice to see some active communication and appreciate the effort, as announced this afternoon, trying to resurrect this project into something successful. The only thing I would like to see, assuming the project can be successfully turned around, is to perhaps, in addition to some revenue sharing, have some revenue donated to breast cancer research. To truly enjoy them, we should keep them happy and healthy.
As already implied, many of them promise video games, often an MMO, but just as often, like, just the concept of a video game? Okay, wait, let me word that another way. They will promise a video game. Like, that's the promise in its entirety. No clues for genre, style, scope, engine, or platform, or how any of the tokens would interact with it. Just a video game.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I need to put the meadows on the... Okay.
$300 each. We will start brainstorming development ideas for a video game. Now, all of these tend to be in collections of 10,000, and there's actually an interesting sort of quirk inside that. The initial format was to mint an entire collection and just shove them out onto the market. The cap comes into play purely because you have to tell the program generating the garbage when to stop. However, as the scheme started to take off and competition rose, it became obvious that this was a sucker's way of doing it because that meant paying gas fees on everything up front. So someone came up with a system for minting a random output on demand, which shuffles the mint cost off onto the buyer. From there, it all took off like wildfire. Very low upfront cost, extremely low risk, plus it turns the entire system into a gacha game with different rarity curves for attributes. At best, these are all obfuscated gambling schemes.
Survivors is also a good brain dead game for videos. Yeah, I know. It looks fun.
Failure
I actually want to play it. I watched other
to
streamers play
one
it.
Of
It looks
those
fun.
From the other. World of Wojak only sold 20 tokens to 11 people and still pocketed over $5,000. Pro Camel Riders sold 114 tokens to 71 buyers and took home $25,000. Metamon sold 722 of their 9,999.
Those kinds of returns and that kind of engagement. This literally looks like you know what this looks like? The fucking scam email stuff. You're like, you only need like 10 people to fall for your scam to make a lot of money. You know, and that you only need 10 suckers to buy your NFC to make like $50,000. That's insane. That's actually fucking insane. Should I meadow it or should I rock it? Okay, let's meadow it. We're close to the start of a new day, so we heal more. And I'll finish the treasury on the after the campfire. Right? With the rock.
Tokens to 343.
Where can I subscribe to your channel?
Buyers and walked off with $211,000. Since the average buy-in is over $350, the payday for failure makes it irrational to succeed. The interesting aspect of it all, though, is the emergent fiction of it. These smoke vendors don't have an actual product more complex than the output of a vending machine in the front of a grocery store.
There's a subscription
so
bubble.
They need a story to sell instead.
Oh, you mean the Twitch sub? Yeah, I was actually thinking. I think I'm actually gonna go for the affiliate contract, so you can actually like sub or prime sub to me, because like fuck it, dude. Like, might as well. I'm literally trying to give you money. Wait, what? Yeah, no, I'm not affiliated, Kino. I have no sub button. I'm not an affiliate with Twitch. If you really want to give me money, look, donate. If you really want to, you can donate, and you'll have a TTS message and all that shit. I'm actually thinking of signing the affiliate contract, so you'll be able to sub at some point soon. I need to think about it some more, but I think I'm pretty sure I'll do it. Subber Clubber is better. Well, I'll do it. I'll do it. Maybe like this week, actually. I've been thinking about it more and more.
And so we get this wave of poorly defined projects pitching a token with an attached JPEG that represents the concept of a thing that could become a future business. What that business does is
the loot.
And indeed many of these projects, successful and otherwise, trade in a flattering myth of decentralization where the direction of the business, down to its fundamental product, is shunted into the indeterminate future to be decided later by collective consensus. Are we a comic book, a movie, a hedge fund, a casino, or a bi-monthly curated box of snacks? Well, that's for the token holders to decide. All that matters is that whatever it is, it will definitely make the value of your tokens go up. So you should definitely buy too.
One thing I learned about NFTs, if you think something's going to be a blue chip, you should definitely buy at least two, because you're going to get one emotionally attached to one of them, and you're not going to want to sell it because NFTs are going to explode all over the world. And
I need to make the mountain one off of the edge.
Be incredibly more valuable.
That's okay.
In 5 years from now, or even 3 years from now, or even 2 years from now than it is today.
On the front of otherwise respectable, or at least established brands and people getting into NFTs, the results tend to be extremely tepid and insubstantial, even by the standards of NFTs. Very low risk, low quality, low engagement tokens shoveled out the door to capitalize on a hot buzzword, chasing the cash that's sloshing around.
I need to put stuff adjacent
Tied
to
up in all this, there's an extremely pervasive resistance to any form of skepticism that ultimately manifests as a sort of toxic positivity. This is all part of a complex feedback loop. The projects, broadly speaking, lack any kind of substantial product, existing almost entirely as promises backed by nothing more than a screenshot of a roadmap and some sample PFPs. And again, I think it's really important to keep in mind that that goes for successful projects just as much as for rug pulls. There really isn't any meaningful difference between a Party Ape Billionaire Club and a Betting Kongs. Betting Kongs were never going to make a casino, even if they hadn't tanked, and despite the fact that they were running billboards in Times Square, PABC is never making an MMORPG. Both claims are equally ridiculous, but one of the two made a huge pile of money. The primary product is ultimately hype, which is both insubstantial and fickle. Negativity, both internal and external, can have a meaningful impact on the willingness of people to buy into a project, and if buyers are tepid, then you won't get a runaway sale.
Next week, I'm going with a girl to Brussels to stay at a girl's place who told me she was sex addicted. Sounds more interesting than it'll be, probably, lol. I can brag sometimes, right? Yeah. It's Tyrannit in Strim's chat. That's cool. If she's... sex addiction is a weird thing, right? Because it depends on what she means by addiction. If it's addiction, like, she just really, really likes sex, and that's really fucking cool. And, like, maybe you'll be in a threesome or whatever. Like, good for you, dude. Like, that sounds like a fun time. But if it's like addiction, like the actual meaning of addiction, then that's really fucking dark. Or like she does, like, you know what I mean, right? I know it's two different girls, yes, but okay, so maybe not a threesome. Maybe the other girl is not into that, but you know what I mean. Like maybe you'll have sex with her, and then like if you find her attractive, if she finds you attractive, like that's cool. But if she's addicted to sex, then that's like a whole. If the actual meaning of addiction means she's gonna engage in harmful behaviors because like it gets into weird territory. I wonder if you are having those same thoughts. I would have those thoughts if someone told me they're addicted to sex, because addiction to me means something very specific.
And if you don't get a runaway sale, then that's going to turn off buyers even more, which means the secondary market for tokens will likely fail to materialize. This is what makes enthusiasts so deeply unreliable. They have meaningful financial stakes in an intangible, volatile thing that exists entirely as a collective idioform, a story about a potential future outcome.
Yeah, real addiction probably, because we talked about real addiction.
You can't trust what they have to say because they're currently holding a hot potato. And as much as they insist that they just really, really enjoy the feel...
Then I would be a bit wary of, like, I don't know if indulging is the right word, but of, like... I would be wary of being a part of that addiction, if you know what I mean. I'm an idiot who will miss the biggest hints, so probably nothing will happen. I mean, if she's like really into it, she'll maybe jump on you, and if she's just really like into you, I don't know. It's rough, right? Because that's all I mean. Like as far as addiction is concerned, I would feel a bit uncomfortable. I don't know. I guess, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't like do anything either. Like, you know, have fun. I don't fucking know. Should I drop a vampire mansion here? I can wait. We're pretty far away from the
feeling of a burning hot potato in their hands. Do they? Or are they just hoping that you'll catch it? This creates an environment of toxic positivity where doubt is aggressively policed by both project leaders who have an obvious financial interest in hype since their big payday is the minting rush.
I've seen that
and
in the
community
crypto
members
world.
themselves
The thought
who have
policing
a
thing.
speculative financial interest in hype.
It's very
While all of that
cringe.
is logical in the pure sense that there's an effect that can be explained by an incentive, the output is effectively a self-organizing high control group. Doubters are ostracized so aggressively that it chills all conversation about a project's actual viability. All concerns are just FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Questions
got 2 Oblivions,
that would be
that's
utterly
good.
banal in any other investment forum. What has the team done? What assets do they have? Why should anyone believe that they can deliver on their promises? Are treated as hostile. And the frank reality is because there aren't answers. Party 8 Billionaire Club is just as vaporous, and yet they superficially succeeded. So there's incentive to enforce the collective illusion. This is multiplied by an
Do I want
internal
this?
form of performative etiquette.
I do.
Participants ritualistically wish each other good morning and good night, boiled down to the shorthand GM and GN. That seems like a small thing. There's nothing inherently suspicious about good morning or good night, but in observed practice, it's a very distinct ritual. Not merely a shibboleth, but a repetitive action that signals
shibboleth.
in-group membership and affirms loyalty on an ongoing basis. If you have diamond hands, it means you're willing to hold a token until some promised future where the value goes to the moon. You're not a paper hands loser who is easily spooked by instability, volatility, or the fact that there's no reason to believe that anyone is ever going to want to buy a crypto astronaut in the future. The shorthand WAGMI, we're all going to make it, is aphoristically bandied about even in openly zero-sum competitions where, by definition, most participants explicitly won't make it. But you can't point that out, because that would be FUD. And if you're spreading FUD, then you're NGMI, not gonna make it. And making it, getting rich, is all that matters. HFSP, have fun staying poor. These are synthesized into a no true Scotsman paradigm. The we in we're all going to make it does not refer to we all, it refers to the select, the chosen, the diamond hands and the hodlers. Those who make it are clearly the we, and if you didn't make it, then you weren't. People who get angry about being scammed by a rug pull, or by malware, or by social engineering are berated and belittled for not following the crowd. This incubates a community trained to ignore warning signs and dismiss criticism, a community with internal language and customs that are
I'm wearing nail
explicitly
paint right now.
incompatible
Was at a
with
party and thought it
outside
was funny and didn't take it off. Get some weird
Skepticism
looks
is
though,
FUD
I imagine.
from non-believers who are trying to
That's
undermine
cool.
the value of your assets and manipulate a crash or trick you into being a paper hands. It all maps onto narratives of sin and deception, a chosen few who are privileged with advanced knowledge about the promised land which they can achieve by holding strong to the rituals and expelling all doubt. The end product is a self-organizing high control group. And the results of that are obvious. There are still people convinced that somehow, someone is going to pick up the ashes of evolved apes and manifest the rest of the project, a belief based on no observable evidence.
You like to ban people, right? You like to ban people from your Twitch stream, huh? People, all you're doing is shitting on Decentraland, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry you don't like to make money here in the network, but I wanted to talk on your Twitch stream, man. I probably could have brought a lot of people on there, and all you want to do is talk shit and ban people, man. You banned me instantly.
Oh shit,
So
that's
the
one of the
question
people
then
I
is,
banned
what do the
from my
tokens
stream.
actually do? As mentioned before, the token itself is just a box that a bit of data can be put into. Now, this box is extremely small, to the point that even an average cell phone photograph is several times too large to fit. Due to the nature of the chain, updating software that's put onto the chain is both difficult and expensive. Complicated programs need to be broken up into multiple tokens, each containing a smart contract that defines a portion of the whole, and all of these contracts need to interlink and reference each other, but with an eye towards the fact that each transaction that either computes or alters information requires paying processing fees. Only reading information is free. The process of fixing a bug in a smart contract basically amounts to minting a new copy of the contract and then jumping through some hoops to rename the old and new contract so that the new copy has the name that any other interacting contracts are looking for, paying fees for just about every step of that process. This creates a very funny catch-22 where on one hand is the insistence that the NFTs that end users buy are potentially extremely powerful, able to be miniature self-governing applets that exist in a web of like applets, and on the other hand is a large stack of incentives to put as little into them as possible. For an example of the pitfalls, Wolf Game was a somewhat popular NFT-based gambling game that bragged about being hosted entirely on-chain at great expense. Everything from the pixel art wolves and sheep to the game's code was stored on Ethereum. The idea behind the game is that users would mint a character token which had a 90% chance of being a sheep and a 10% chance of being a wolf, with a finite supply of wolves and sheep available. The important thing here is that the character tokens weren't just a bit of art and a serial number, but tiny programs that allowed users to perform interactions like staking. The problem is that their code was full of multiple bugs, and since some of those bugs were contained in the character tokens, they were replicated across all 13,809 minted tokens. A glitchy token can't be patched. It must be replaced. So the Wolf Game devs were forced to not only redeploy all their contracts, but attempt to remint and distribute identical copies of every token generated. It didn't go well. Given the risks inherent in putting functionality inside the token itself and the high cost of interaction, the most common application is to use external systems to simply check for possession of a token. This is where we introduce another player into the ecosystem, wallet managers like MetaMask. In a few short years, the system has already grown so bloated and difficult to interact with that it's become necessary to develop middleware applications that simplify the process of generating wallets, switching wallets, and mediating handshakes between the wallet and external systems. From one point of view, these wallet managers are the golden key that makes it all work. They solve the single sign-on problem, allowing your web browser to simply know that it's you who is using it, automatically negotiating permissions based on relevant tokens. It's your login, your credit card, your Steam profile, and your bank account all rolled into a single point of contact, making interaction with Web3, the internet of the future, frictionless. From another point of view, it's a massive point of failure that contains so much information,
I didn't think it would reduce my current HP.
That it becomes an extremely obvious point of attack, manufactured by idiots who claim to be building a security product in 2021 that doesn't obfuscate key phrases within the UI or use two-factor authentication. Remember, again, that these people want to put medical records, driver's licenses, professional accreditations, and real estate deeds into their system. They should not be trusted. The entire market is absolutely lousy with scams and has been since Bitcoin first gained any traction. Every single scam structure imaginable has been dusted off and redeployed into this explicitly unregulated market where victims are largely without recourse. These range from institutional scams like Ponzi schemes, pump and dumps, and insider trading, to middleweight scams like gold brick and wash trading, to grittier scams like phishing and sending fake links. Pump and dumps in particular are conducted in broad daylight, since it's not illegal, it's just against the terms of service of the exchanges that you use to do it. So the worst case scenario is you burn your account. They'll straight up walk you through the process of doing a pump and dump, no code words, diagrams, and everything. They're notable as they're actually a two-headed scam because, you see, you might get recruited onto the pump half of the scheme, or you might think you're being recruited to pump, but you're actually the dump. As already mentioned, blockchain is resilient to direct man-in-the-middle attacks or someone tries to inject bad data straight into the chain, but man-in-the-middle attacks are rare. In an environment like cryptocurrency, with few, if any, repercussions for misbehavior that stays within the cryptosphere, man-in-the-middle attacks are wholly unnecessary. Why try to brute force your bad data onto the chain when you can trick someone into giving you access to their wallet, then transfer all their stuff out? Every smart contract becomes a self-rewarding bug bounty, where the payout is whatever apes and coins you can grab before anyone notices. And that's not even touching on the subject of malware. Smart contracts are just code. They're software. There's no reason they can't be viruses or worms. The primary limitation is processing power. But Also, it's a virus that someone can drop directly into your bankless bank account and just wait for you to activate it. And yeah, that's right. There's no offer/confirmation step in sending tokens back and forth. Someone who knows your wallet can just drop stuff right into it. So, like, pin that somewhere in your brain. The best part about this is that the whole ecosystem operates on a strict assumption that possession is ownership and access is permission, which is absolutely buck wild coming from software developers who claim to be very concerned with system security. If someone tricks you into sending them your Bored Ape, it's now theirs. The only mechanism in the machine for parsing legitimate transactions from illegitimate transactions is the consensus mechanism, which is only concerned with whether or not the transactions followed the rules of the software. The only illegitimacy it recognizes are people trying to insert fake data. When you are tricked into doing something, all of the mechanics of what follows are, by the rules of the system, legitimate. It's a legal transfer. More relevant, however, is the sheer
I agree with you,
density
Trinit.
of
This is
these
an important
scams.
part.
The one market that cryptocurrency has successfully disrupted is the market of fraud. Think of it this way. A big population of people have willingly self-identified that they have substantial disposable income, poor judgment, low social literacy, a high tolerance for nonsensical risk, and are highly persuadable. People who fall victim to these scams have basically no options other than taking to social media and attempting to whip up enough of a frenzy that they can convince marketplaces like OpenSea to act as de facto censors by delisting stolen tokens. There's no authority you can report them to that has the power to return your tokens. The best you can hope for is denying the scammers profit on their incredibly low-cost operation. If your business is tricking people out of their money, you would be a fool if you didn't take the opportunity. Not only have participants advertised their susceptibility to incoherent promises of future returns, the immutable structure of the chain, the persistence of data, and the ease with which that data can be collated means that for scammers, it's extremely easy to find marks. Every Discord for a rug pull NFT project is a roster of potential victims. The ledger of bakeholders is a shopping list of targets. The Twitter account of anyone complaining about what they lost on Evolved Apes is the low-hanging fruit of a very ripe orchard. And that's a pretty good segue into talking about privacy issues. A low trust environment is also a low privacy environment. Anything you do on a blockchain is, by design, accessible to everyone who knows how to navigate the data. Now, you might be thinking, isn't that the opposite of how it's supposed to work? I thought crypto was all anonymous. So, yes, crypto is anonymous by default. There's no inherent requirement for proof of identity, and in fact, numerous applications that would benefit from a stricter one-to-one correlation between accounts and people struggle with this. On forums and social media, it's called sock puppeting. In crypto, it's called a Sybil attack, where users are able to generate numerous alternate identities by creating additional accounts or wallets. The epidemic of wash trading on OpenSea relies on the ability to pretend you're several different people as you buy apes from yourself for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Rather than anonymous, this is pseudonymous. Everyone can see what wallets and contracts your wallet interacts with based off the long hash addresses like this, but that hash is only implicitly connected to your identity based on
I'm gonna make it. I still have 2 potions.
Of course, a big circumstantial connection would be something like registering with a crypto-based social auction platform that intrinsically connects the two. This makes it pretty easy to see that Lena Morris, overly attached girlfriend, paid $153 on March 31st to mint the overly attached girlfriend NFT, followed by a $205 reserve on April 2nd to list the NFT on Foundation. Ethereum whale Farzan Farden Fard then bought the token on April 3rd for 200 Ethereum, 30 of which went to Foundation, with Lena getting the remaining 170, which she transferred into USD using the exchange service Kraken in a block of 105 on April 4th and a block of 65 on April 22nd for a combined total payout of $374,726. After her sale, Zoe Roth transferred the Ethereum to dollars via Coinbase the next day and hasn't touched the wallet since. Kyle Craven minted several other tokens, but for the most part just split the Ethereum from the initial sale into 2 separate holding wallets where it's sat untouched since. You don't need to be some super hacker to figure this stuff out, it's all publicly available. That's the entire point of the system. And in another feature not bug arrangement, remember, nothing can be deleted from the blockchain without tremendous effort. Now, that's fine if the blockchain only contains a contextually relevant log of transactions. There are absolutely contexts where that level of transparency is desirable. But that falls apart when you start talking about using the blockchain itself as the storage medium for, like, an entire social network. Blockchain-based social network Scuttlebutt seems tacitly aware that this is a bad idea, like somewhere inside their human brains they recognize that it might be a mistake to make it impossible to remove things from the system when they warn users that anyone willing to dig can surface any old usernames, photos.
Shit, anyone experienced with this game? Should I stay and farm? Should I stay and farm this loop? Or, like, now that I've defeated the boss? It feels like it's free, it's actually free resources, right? I can probably do one more loop at least. Like, I got a good build. I got a... no, I do know. Yeah, let's retreat. Let's play it safe. I tried it and lost a lot. Okay, yeah. Everybody listen, the Lich is dead. The curse has been lifted, but what Lich and what curse? I believe you, of course, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't remember the dead sorcerer, the one with the fur coat and scepter? Shrouded in nebulas, floating above the world on big shining wings, consuming it piece by piece? That's strange, and everything here does look the same. Why? I guess he wasn't the only reason for this darkness, then. That skeleton mentioned him. Whoever he is, he must have something to do with the obliteration of the world. Yeah, I also thought I could do just one more thing, yeah. Wait, were you listening to the NFT vid? I just finished it. Yeah, I'm listening to the NFT vid. I'm pretty far into it. But yeah, you're right. I should avoid the just one more loop thinking. I lost a bunch of resources earlier too. But hey, we can build some stuff. I'll resume the video in a second. I want to see what I can build first. Refuge unlocks a new class, Rogue. Okay, that's cool. I want to try out the new class. Farm. All empty tiles around the farm are transformed into gardens. After an expedition, it gives you 1 ration for every completed loop, but not more than there are garden tiles around the farm. You can build something over the garden. Unlocks the ability to craft food if the supply depot is built. Unlocks the wheat fields card. Ooh. So I want to build it like here. I want to build it here, and then it turns all the adjacent empty tiles into gardens, right? And then can I also build a gymnasium? Unlocks the ability to gain special traits for killing enough enemies during an expedition. Unlocks the village card. Ooh, that's really good. I need both of them, really. Hey, what is Whittles talking about? Cross-faction raiding, dungeons, and PvP? That's not in... That's like in WoW... that has to be in retail, right? Not in actual World of Warcraft. Man, they're all like really good. But I also really want to try out the Rogue. Yeah, I only have 2 of those Metamorphosis orbs, so I can only build either the farm or the gymnasium. I can't build both. I would need another successful run to continue, which I guess is fine. Refuge, you think? And yeah, having like a different class would be cool. No, I want all of them. Really. I can build the refuge regardless, actually. Right? I can always build the refuge. Oh, wait, I build the refuge on top of a... What? What? Oh. Okay. I can build it here. That's cool. No, I can't. No, it has to be adjacent to the field kitchen? Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that fucking sucks. Yeah, whatever. I can still build the farm or the gymnasium. Now, the only thing that bothers me is Oh, I can build the farm here. That's even better, actually. Ooh, that's really good. Yeah, fuck it. I'll do it. This is like the perfect farm placement, right? So I'll get 1 ration for every completed loop, so I can do up to 7 loops and get rations for that. That's really good. Can burn it. And that's it. Yeah, now I need more of those orbs. Oh, I can build more farms. Interesting. Oh. There's like no limit on it. Can I upgrade it? No. So now I can do the Roge. Enemies have 0 to 1 abilities. Enemy strength minus 5%. Blah blah. Collects trophies by killing enemies' combat and exchanges them for items at the campfire. Plus 10% to stat bonuses of the same type that come from 2 or more equipment items. Oh. Okay, so you really need to like stat. Oh, you beat him. Yeah, I beat him. I got him. Wait, why are they? Can only be placed next to a village, but I don't have villages yet. I don't have villages. Fuck me. Doubles the effect of a day's passing on the tiles around it. Do I want that? Wait, can I put that next to the meadows? Need to change acts, by the way. Oh, I can do second act. Nice. Collects trophies by killing enemies in okay. Yeah, so with the rogue... Oh, and I get boots instead of a ring. Okay. Cool. Okay, so with the rogue, I need to... I'm gonna need to be stacking stuff. That's the meme.
Photos and bios, but that doesn't actually give them pause. So if someone posts, say, child abuse imagery, revenge porn, your home address, intimate details of your private life, there's just nothing you can really do about that. If you mistakenly overshare, post some information that maybe you shouldn't have, it's already too late. You can try to hide it, but you can't delete it. Remember that if someone knows your wallet address, they can just put tokens directly into it. As alluded, there's a whole scam where you drop someone an NFT that lifts the art from, who cares, somewhere, but the smart contract is malicious code that drains their wallet if they ever interact with it to move it, sell it, stake it, burn it. It just becomes a landmine sitting in their wallet forever.
Yo, this is fake, this is fake, this is fake, this is fake. They popped up in my wallet, I clicked on it to delete it. Immediately they stole 19 grand. Happily, I just
what the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't know those kinds of contracts existed on the on the blockchains. That's fucking disgusting. Yeah, I understand that it makes sense that that can be done, but it's so fucking stupid to have a system where you can have that. That's fucking terrible.
We stole 19,000 out of it. Need fucking help immediately.
Even on the non-malware side of things, people have already
me not caring about NFTs and crypto paid off.
Promotional tokens into the wallets of celebrities and influencers, but you know dick pics are an any second now kind of thing, right? Oh look, I minted a photo of your front door and dropped it directly into your wallet. And you can't just like Delete it, you need to actively send it somewhere and pay gas fees to do so. Revolutionary new vectors in harassment. The end product here is a massive power imbalance that's baked into the fabric of how you engage with this new world order. Users who engage with the system authentically as themselves expose vast swaths of information about themselves and their activities, while users who engage disingenuously are empowered in their ability to deceive, defraud, and disappear. A lot of this rhetoric stems from a pretty deep failure to understand what a central authority really is, or that you can decentralize data storage while centralizing data. Ethereum is ultimately a central platform, and the fact that a few dozen people need to sign off on every major change before it can be implemented is largely meaningless and symbolic, with the validation network ultimately sitting somewhere between consortium and cartel. Every large platform has multiple internal and external stakeholders that form a consensus about the direction of the platform. Windows is not a single-minded monolith. Apple issues voting shares. Google is basically a hydra. While the network of Ethereum miners and validators are not a formal corporation yet, there's no mechanism in existence that compels them to act in the interest of users, particularly poor and disempowered users, where those interests conflict with their own. The movement of Ethereum from proof of work to proof of stake has been vaporware in no small part because the validators simply choose not to. Because proof of work, volatility, and high gas fees benefit them in the here and now, while proof of stake and low gas fees only benefit them in a hypothetical future. Because these extremely obvious pitfalls are what you get when you let guys like Vitalik Buterin and Elon Musk design the future. The sole protection for users of Ethereum is that the system is so cumbersome that all but the most egregious breaches aren't worth addressing. Of course, that in truth means that only the wealthy have access to justice within the system.
This is a bad
if you take all these different things, all these parts of your identity, all your economic activity, all the video games you play, all the groups you join, and stick them into one system, that's a central system. It doesn't matter how many different servers that system spans or how many validators need to agree before changes can be made. You've pooled all that data in one place. The proposed Web3 crypto-driven future of the internet is a privacy disaster. This is why I find MetaMask horrifying as a product. It's a bucket that's asking you to pour unfathomable amounts of data and permissions into it. It's such a tremendous and monumental point of failure. And this is where NFTs really bloom into their final form.
Want to stack pure damage?
The primary use case of tokens, beyond speculation, ultimately is to function as access passes. From a web engineering perspective, imagine tokens that are the mother of all cookies and consider a tracking token that users don't just willingly associate themselves with, but enthusiastically drag with them from device to device, ensuring a continuity of tracking across all web activity. The future version of the web, built on the back of cryptocurrency and mediated by financialized tokens, is a dystopia. It's a technology that's built to turn everything into money, to treat every corner of our social existence as a marketplace, to attach an abstract representative token to everything from video games to labor unions. Now, proponents of Web3 will disagree with this assessment, particularly the claim that cryptocurrency is endemic to Web3 and the two are intractable, but that's the practical reality of the situation. Every substantial project branding itself under the banner of Web3 is strapped to the side of a blockchain, be it issuing governance tokens or relying on the chain's smart contract layer or requiring possession of a cryptocurrency in order to pay the processing fees that are mandatory in order to participate. They are, at this point, philosophically and technologically entwined. Less accessible, less free, less interesting, and substantially more expensive, Web3 is the vanguard of a million paywalls and oppressive, code-enforced DRM schemes sold to idealists as a decentralized system where they and not wealthy stakeholders have the power. I see tremendous blind spots in a community that has spent so long focusing on the hype of an untenable fantasy metaverse where they're the ones cowing corporations with immutable ownership guaranteeing their ability to resell video game horse armor that they failed to consider that the enforcement of ownership can and will be used against them if and when corporations decide to leverage their power in the space. The fantasy amongst evangelists is that a tokenized economy where digital goods are mediated by NFTs would give them more power. Goods like digital games would have true ownership, encapsulated in the ability to be resold, but there is no reason to believe that this is how things would shake out. The far more probable result is that the tokens are used to lock.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna
even
reduce the
tighter.
size of the deck.
The Squid Game token scam is illustrative here. In early November 2021, a new meme token popped up styled after the hit Netflix show Squid Game. Over the course of about a week, the price of the token was pumped from a few cents to just under $3,000 US. Estimates are that the Squid developers took in about $3.38 million before cashing out their holdings, deleting their socials, and vanishing into thin air. A classic rug pull, but the truly transcendental detail is that it left buyers with not merely a useless token, but a token that couldn't be sold at all. Built into Squid was a requirement that in order to transfer or sell the tokens, a corresponding number of marbles tokens needed to be spent at the same time. The hitch was that marbles were never
now I should put the chest in front,
rules
right?
were broken in this scam, and
Or
indeed
after,
the
or
Squid
should I
tokens
still
do
put it after?
exactly what they say they do. If you have the appropriate amount of marbles
sure.
tokens, you can absolutely transfer or sell your squid. Just good luck getting any. A game developer can, in any of myriad ways, deliver on a truly owned digital token that is rendered untradeable in practice, and all by playing by the rules. Rules must always be evaluated for their power to oppress. This is a blind spot to crypto enthusiasts because they just assume that they're the early adopters, they're the ones who will have power, they're the ones who will get to set the rules, and they're the ones who will do the oppressing. Consider that any token that can be used to grant access can also be used to revoke it. Like, let's say that I create a hangout spot in one of the metaverse contender platforms, Decentraland, and we call it the Ahigao Alpaca Oasis. The Oasis has a backroom that only allows registered players to enter, meaning you need to have your MetaMask linked to Decentraland in order to get in. This type of gate is typically used to create VIP areas, places where only people who hold a specific token or class of token can enter. Only people with official Ahigao alpacas can enter.
Ahigao alpacas?
But, as is well known within the lore of the
packages?
metaverse, the Ahigao alpacas have long been at war with
That
the
sounds like my
48
kind of
Yacht
shit.
Club. So rather than checking for
Wait,
an
it actually is
alpaca
Ahigao.
token, I check for ape tokens and then forbid entrance. Or maybe
That's
I
so
just
dumb.
make my game artificially more difficult for them, or inflate my prices. Now imagine that instead of running a hangout spot in a video game, that I'm a decentralized finance organization giving out mortgages in cryptocurrency, and I scour your transaction history for donations to the NAACP as part of my risk assessment protocol. Imagine that Nestle is able to track unionization efforts in real time because the union is issuing governance tokens on a publicly auditable blockchain.
Okay, so like once again, yes, everything he's saying is absolutely correct, but that is why blockchains need to move away from publicly accessible ledgers. They need to move towards zero knowledge proofs, which allow blockchain to be consistent without anyone actually while cryptographically securing the data inside. Or just like classic cryptography like Monero. What I mean is his criticism is correct, but there are ways of actually addressing it that already exist.
Belief that the world will be fairer if the rules are enshrined in code, enforced by computers, and made extremely difficult to change or circumvent is laughable. It's not merely naive, but categorically ahistoric. This is where a lot of my resistance comes from. You can create specialized crypto chains that have a negligible environmental impact, but the force of that model is culturally destructive. The current system sucks, but this is just a worse version of the current system. It doesn't even stop there. It's tokens all the way down.
This game has a good high barrier of entry, so most people can't do it unless they have what's called a scholarship, where someone essentially pays for their barrier of entry to allow them to play the game, and then they can split the profits afterwards.
Like, okay, Axie Infinity is a so-called play-to-earn video game based on
I
Ethereum,
still have to play
but
Axie
because Ethereum is
Infinity.
too slow and expensive to interact with directly, the developers, Sky Mavis, created a side chain called Ronin, which consists of a governance currency called AXS, the game character tokens called Axies, and the in-game currency called Smooth Love Potions, or
No,
SLP.
there's not. Prove
All of
it
these
first.
components are
What?
built to function as money because...
What? Tyranid. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that you can have anonymous blockchains. That's all, and you know it exists. Monero's fucking solid. Zero knowledge proofs exist. That's all I'm saying. Why you have to be like so fucking combative? Like, you know those things exist. And I know you know. Like, what kind of a discussion is this?
That's what the machine is built to do. The so-called play-to-earn model is a great case study in what the end result of the crypto ecosystem actually looks like. Axie Infinity gets a lot of credulous coverage from the press because a handful of people in the Philippines are able to make a marginal living by playing the game and flipping their...
Anonymous blockchain solved none of the problems. Yes, it does. He was literally talking about the problem of having a publicly accessible ledger. Truly anonymous blockchains do solve that problem. You cannot have someone, and there's no smart contracts with them. True, there are no smart contracts on them. Maybe with zero knowledge proofs. I would assume that with zero knowledge proofs you could make smart contracts, but that might be wrong. That's definitely a good remark. But it does literally solve the problem that he mentioned of someone scouring your transactions and seeing that you donate to the NAACP and then banning for you. Like, it literally solves the problem he was discussing. So no. It's okay to be against something and admit that certain criticism, that not accept every single criticism. Sometimes criticisms of something are wrong, even if that thing is still bad. God.
SLP, which lets Sky Maven turn around and pretend that they're a humanitarian organization and not a for-profit business.
But with the smart contract thing, yeah, that we've looked into that.
Axies believing that they can get paid just for playing. Now, real quick, Axie Infinity is a lightweight card-based PvP game where players fight with a team of 3 critters called Axies.
Yeah, but I don't know. The problem is, like, zero knowledge chains are still very well, they're not very new. They've been existing for some time, but they don't have the whole bullshit hype around them. They don't have the people like dumping money in them. So I don't know if it's a technical impossibility or it's just no one's figured to do it yet. New BG, we can play this on Neyman stream, the vid he reacts to. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this game. Don't play Axie Infinity. Dude, to play Axie Infinity, you have to buy a fucking NFT Pokemon for like $500. That's what Axie Infinity is like.
It's a bit Pokemon and a bit Slay the Spire. Axies have randomized attributes and are all tokenized, so if you sell an Axie, you're selling that specific Axie. Smooth love potions are used to breed Axies and thus form the basis of the economy as they are fungible relative to the Axies themselves. Matches are either ranked or unranked, but only ranked matches entered using energy, which recharges every day, can earn SLP. The amount of energy you have to work with depends on the number of Axies in your wallet and ranges from 20 to 60. Additionally, higher ranked matches are worth more SLP. More SLP means a bigger stable of Axies, which means more energy to play matches, more flexibility within the metagame, better team compositions, and baseline better
oh
stats.
shit, like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Did you read the tweets I did? Yeah. Yo, thanks for the raids, Verb. How are you doing? Well, not long time no see. How was the podcast yesterday? Did you have fun? These used to be 6 people. Yeah, well, look, dude. I stream, you stream, we both know raids don't fucking work. They're cool, like, I appreciate it. I don't mean that in like a mean way. Well, like, we both know the reality. No one fucking the only people that follow through raids that like still are viewers on the next channel are people who fell asleep while watching you. And that's why raids work really well in the ASMR category. Like, unironically, ASMR artists do this thing where they'll like pass on viewers for 24 hours. I've done it. I've like fallen asleep with my headphones on and an ASMR stream on, and I wake up and there's like someone like fucking licking my ears 8 hours later, and I'm like, holy shit. How many people licked my ears while I was sleeping? Like, the thing with Axes is that most players don't buy the Axes with coins they own. They use the DeFi to buy the Axes on credit. Fuck. I hadn't thought of that. That's so fucking convoluted. That sounds like a terrible idea still. Because, like, okay, you're going into debt to buy some NFT bullshit Pokemons, to breed them, to be able to sell NFT bullshit Pokemons to someone else, hoping to pay back the debt and make money off of it, and like beat the interest. That's fucking insane. That's what my second tweet was memeing about. Hey, look, turn it. You're gonna be a public figure, right? You're gonna be a public figure. I might as well dox your Twitter account, right? I'm joking. It's okay. God, I have so many meadows and I still have no fucking thingy. Breed, yeah, the Axes, that's like because he's I'm watching the video about NFTs that's like or crypto in general, that's like really criticizing all the memes. And wait, which one do I take? I think I put this one. Yeah, pure damage, crit damage chance, that's good. Yeah, and I have two crit damage chance. I have extra crit damage. Neymar has now fully doxed himself, so he needs to dox others to get his fix. Exactly. I need to dox. Yeah, no, I'm talking about breeding because he's talking about this video game, Axie Infinity, which is based on NFTs and like a blockchain and stuff. And it's like Pokemon, so you like breed them, and if you make good ones, you can sell them for a lot of money if some idiot wants to buy them.
Easier wins. So the difference in earning potential between higher and lower ranked accounts is pretty substantial. What coverage tends to note and then quickly move on from is the fact that the game is extremely expensive to onboard, costing hundreds of dollars to assemble a basic team, which has led to the rise of what are euphemistically called scholarship programs. Businesses like Whale Scholars that set up a large number of accounts give players access to the game account, but not the underlying wallet, and then pay players a split of the SLP the account generates. Whale Scholars and other mentorship businesses retain full control of the wallet and thus the Axes, the SLP, and any AXS. It's capitalism in its rawest form. Players invest their time into grinding SLP, and then the owners take half the returns. Players get to barely make minimum wage, while the owners, who are taking 50% from dozens, if not hundreds of players, get to speculate on digital land.
Look what the Whale Scholars just got. We have land in the Arctic, baby. We have Arctic land.
Axie's energy system is fundamentally broken in how it promotes this exact middleman arrangement. If you have 21 Axies in your wallet, you can create one account that has 60 energy at its disposal, or you can create 7 bare minimum accounts with 20 energy each. A high-ranked account
with 60 my name's public
will
knowledge.
Dramatically outperform a single low-ranked account with 20
I
energy,
fucking linked it a
but
bunch of times.
7 accounts that are played daily by other people is far and away the best ROI because it involves doing basically nothing except collecting your cut. Even more illustrative, between August and October 2021, the internal economy of Axie Infinity crashed. Not absolute rock bottom, but bad enough that all but the highest ranking players fell below the average daily wage in the Philippines, with low ranked players falling below minimum wage. Navic, a think tank and consulting firm that does deep research on game economies, has done a pretty deep and thorough analysis of the Axie economy, and in their write-up, they identify the core source is psychological. Players aren't playing to play the game, they're playing to make money. They treat the game as a job, and thus have little interest in the game items for their own sake. Once they have enough stuff to cover their job, they stop reinvesting and start cashing out. The price of low-quality Axies, the ones that new players are likely to buy in order to onboard for the lowest cost possible, is propped up entirely by players buying them roughly at the same rate they're generated. This requires either mentors to be scaling up their teams by buying Axies instead of generating them, or new players injecting new money into the ecosystem by onboarding. But the more players that are playing, the more SLP and axes that will be generated, thus the fundamentally unsustainable economic model where an infinite supply of new players must enter the ecosystem forever purely to keep the price stable. If it tips one way or the other, you either get runaway inflation or runaway deflation. This happens all the time in games. Games bork their
I should have waited for that.
Constantly.
Okay.
It just doesn't normally matter because you're talking about completely fictional gold or gems or dragon bones. A truly stable economy isn't even desirable from a gameplay standpoint anyway. Gentle inflation ends up helping newer and more casual players by driving down the cost of things in the in-game economy, which lets those players participate and have fun. Of course, if your pitch is play to earn and not play to have fun, where the optics of buoying up the fictive valuation of your company rest entirely on the assumption that players can earn.
Also, because these are all smart contracts, people made bots that play it and trade optimally, so these games end up being made solely for bots to compete against each other while draining money from new non-botting players. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Under backseat, the reward tower, if you hold, you can place 2 towers and then double dip them. Oh, that's so that's smart. Right, you put it down here and you put a second one here. That's fucking smart. Yeah, I need to, I'll do that later.
Then that's a bit of an different incentive set, isn't it? More people play Axie Infinity to try and make money than play it because it's a game they enjoy. This is a fundamental flaw in the model. If you pitch your game based on earning potential, you are going to
Rogue is
attract
fucking
people
weak,
seeking to
honestly.
industrialize your platform.
Like this is not a strong
and
loop.
in greater numbers
and
than
I'm
would
almost
otherwise
dying
play.
already.
This is exactly the parasitic situation that games for decades now have been actively minimizing because it creates vicious negative externalities. If players can sell their in-game stuff, then it changes the way that they play the game. It changes the way that they optimize their playtime. Since the vast majority of games are openly a non-investment, a straight exchange of money for entertainment, also known as a purchase, players tend to optimize their playtime for intangible returns like fun, distraction, socialization, relaxation, challenge, achievement, and narrative fulfillment, with absolutely no expectation that the money and time they put in should return anything other than those things. The key shift here, and the meaningless buzz phrase that you'll encounter online, is the proposition that the results of playing a game should retain value, which is code for having a potentially speculative price. In order to try and keep the grift mill running for another few months, Sky Maven have tweaked the economy to reduce the amount of SLP players can earn per hour. It's a nightmarishly...
Is that a new background? No, that's still the same background that I've had for now more than a year. It's the one with all it's the group photo. I didn't do a new group photo for the new year, which it's fucking. I didn't have a good idea, honestly, and I was busy. Like
thin edge to be walking on.
I wasn't
and the main thing it has
isolating with the COVID memes and stuff.
Enabling
Spent
an
time with my
entire
family.
strata of pit bosses running teams of players grinding out smooth love potions. And, like all bosses, they have not taken the downturn in stride and have instead started cracking the whip.
We do not accept mediocre gaming anymore. Need at least 120 to 150 SLP a day, and those who yield more will be rewarded with additional percentage. I prioritize those who have gaming experience. We have a separate program for charity.
Evangelists like to point to this as though it's inspiring. People in economically disempowered countries able to make a meager living by simply playing a video game. I reject that framing. It's horrifying. Our global system is so fundamentally unjust that people are patting themselves on the back for generating a whole new kind of online uwu pit boss who tells you to grind harder or you're fired, but caps it off with a blushy emoji. Oopsie, looks like someone didn't meet their quota. This sucks.
Oh yeah, we're gonna stack treasuries down in this corner.
To the moon.
I think the thing that normies don't get about NFT bros is their dedication, the staggering volume of capital they already control, and how deeply rooted they are in the culture of the people who operate the platforms we all use every day, and that alone is a good reason for people to pay attention. They have a lot of money and a lot of clout that they can use to try and make fetch happen. This is something of a splitting point. Basically, the future shakes out in one of two broad ways. One is that some new technological buzzword comes along and blockchain and Web3 lose their sway over investors, the stream of new buyers dries up, and the early investors cash out as best they can, popping the whole bubble. The other is that they're successful, and cryptocurrency is able to crowbar its way into enough corners of our lives that it becomes unavoidable. We're all forced in some way to maintain a crypto wallet, to manage whatever coins and tokens become necessary for participation in society, providing early investors with a captive audience and steady flow of capital. To quote German socio-technologist Jürgen Guter, better known by his
Also, I don't know if you noticed it yet, but chess doesn't give you anything except wood on Rogue. Yeah, I noticed. I was paying attention.
Online alias Tante, there are parts of your digital life that currently you can't really sell, but that's what they want to change. Everything needs to be bought and sold. Everything is just a vehicle for more speculation. The reason they want you to be able to resell your access token to some service instead of buying or renting it like today is to create even more markets for speculation, and the smart contracts can be set up in a way that at every corner they profit. The claims that this technology facilitates an immutable ledger of ownership is itself largely hollow posturing, even from within the ecosystem. Remember that most of the actual things being referenced are not contained within the chains themselves because the chains are too slow, restrictive, and bad at their job to actually store media, and because many of the things being sold are purely ephemeral. The IPFS address for any given media token can be effortlessly minted onto another competing chain, or even the same chain. That's not even right-click saving, that's referencing the exact same media. Why is the token on Ethereum more authoritative than the token on Tezos or Cardano or Solana or Ergo or Silo
My build's
or Binance
trash.
or Algorand or Polkadot or EOS or Tron or VeChain or Ethereum Classic or Phantom or Stellar or Stacks or Neo or Waves or Hollow or Link or Radix or Harmony or Oasis or Icon or Secret or IOTA or Crown or Terra or Omni or Enigma or Elastos or Edge
My
or
item
Binance
build's
or
actually
Gather?
trash.
If a chain
I'm gonna
hard
die this
forks,
loop.
which version of your stuff is the real one? Bitcoin is itself mired in a turf war between Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Bitcoin SV. The myth
Just
of
make
immutable
more
ownership
resources
governed by these systems
die.
is predicated on a monolithic victor. In reality, your NFTs within the Ethereum ecosystem are ultimately just as trapped, sandboxed, and meaningless as your Steam trading cards. You'll hear about protocols like Polygon that
Yeah, I'm
aim
not
to
gonna
let you
survive.
move
I
stuff
need to
from
just
chain to chain,
cash in
but
the
that's
treasury
sleight
now.
of hand. You can't remove something from a chain, so all they really do is create a new token at the destination and add a note to the bottom of the original token that says, "I'm currently somewhere else. Please don't move or sell me." It's an ask that's governed by smart contracts, so vulnerable to bad coding. In video
Stack
game
evasion
terms, they would
bonuses.
be immediately hammered looking for item duplication glitches,
Rather
a
than pure
vulnerability
damage.
that's basically inevitable in a mass adoption scenario. It's a system that is at once impenetrable and brittle, and that arrangement disproportionately empowers the dishonest. One of the
Let's try it.
complications
Maybe I
is
can
that it's
survive
basically
with evasion.
impossible to extricate the digital scarcity concepts of NFTs from cryptocurrency and the core philosophies that cryptocurrency was built from.
Hey,
One
Roser.
rose out of
How
the
are you
other,
doing?
and they are basically forever entwined. One of the ironies of all this is that any legitimate artistic or anti-capitalist uses of the underlying technology are contingent on the tech remaining niche. On a very basic
Okay, I have to say something. I can see how Rogue can be really cool. Maybe I need to put some cards back in. Like my deck is probably bad, but that run was actually trash. It was fucking terrible. Like the Warrior runs were so much better.
level, the systems just suck, being slow, difficult to use, and generally oblique. For the most part, to the degree that they're usable at all,
Yeah.
it is largely at the mercy of only having a few users. There are blockchains that are reasonably responsive and reasonably cheap because they're not popular. Hic-et-Nunc is a well-regarded art market on the Tezos blockchain.
I like Grove and
Transaction
Bloodgrove.
fees and deflation are at the
Battlefield
moment
is bad with
relatively
Rogue.
minimal, and thus a lot of the transactions are able to operate in the range of $5 to $20. But that state exists by the grace of being 45th in popularity, just high enough to actually have users, but not high enough to have attracted too many bots. If Tezos goes, as they say, to the moon, then that all changes. Users adopt the platform disproportionate to the scale of validators, the value of TES skyrockets, and the actual marketplace of people using Hick Ednun's experience hyperdeflation, where hoarders are rewarded handsomely and buyers are punished.
Okay, we need to pause here for a moment because this is actually really important, but absurdly complex, like textbook length subject matter, so here's the short version. Deflation is counterintuitive because the line is going up, which makes it look like a good thing, but it's only good if you already have the currency in hand. As the purchasing power of a currency increases, typically because cash gets more scarce, the cost of goods.
Also, you're doing Act 2, every monster has more abilities and is stronger. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, it's just harder.
And labor goes down. A deflationary economy punishes buying things, as anything that you buy today will inevitably be cheaper to buy in the future. If you need to buy things that aren't financial assets, things that don't appreciate in value, like food, clothing, rent, vehicles, transit fare, you screw yourself over. This is hyperdeflation, and it's not only designed into cryptocurrencies with their hard cap on total coins.
Hey, this is an interesting point, right? Because everyone defends crypto by how it's deflationary, but this, yeah, hyperdeflation is actually really harmful, economically speaking, just as hyperinflation. This is a fair point.
Supply, but considered desirable by their creators and evangelists. This is what going to the moon means. Now let's talk about unions.
Using tokens to verify union membership and participate in union activities relies on the tech being oblique enough that union busters and their clients don't see it as a meaningful arena to monitor. Also, that ship has already sailed. Union busters and gig economy evangelists love crypto. They love DeFi and they love smart contracts and they love NFTs. And why wouldn't they? It's an environment that demolishes consumer protections and transfers tremendous amounts of explicit power to the wealthy. In a lot of ways, this is all just a
deflation is literally worse for people who don't have assets. Yeah, I understand that.
There aren't humans on the other end. And if there's one thing that union busters love, it's the prospect of an unbreakable individual contract whose inequities can all be blamed on a machine.
The swamp.
The current state of the web, concentrated in a few mega platforms, is the result of compounding complexity. We used to have a web where anyone could learn to write a web page in HTML in an afternoon. It's just writing text and then using tags to format the text. But over time, people, understandably, wanted the web to do more, to look better, and so the things that were possible expanded via scripting languages that allowed for dynamic, interactive content. Soon, the definition of what a website was and looked like sailed out of reach of casual users and eventually even out of reach of all but the most dedicated hobbyists. It became the domain of specialists, so casual users, excluded by complexity, moved to templates, services, and platforms. This process gradually concentrated a critical mass of users into a handful of social media platforms. Already, even within the space, new hegemons are forming. Tremendous amounts of capital and power are concentrating in corporations like Consensus, who own MetaMask, and Animoca Brands, who have wide and deep investment in crypto gaming. OpenSea, the at-present dominant marketplace for tokens on a couple different chains, is filling the power roles users need. While the chain itself is in theory the arbiter of truth, nothing prevents people from filling the chain with lies, and so arises a demand for not merely a chain parser, a service that enables users to interact with the chain, but an interpreter of the chain. Motivational speaker and DC Mark Calvin Becerra claimed to have lost 3 Bored Ape Yacht Club tokens to a social engineering scam. In reaction to this, he took to Twitter to whip up a mob that could pressure OpenSea and 2 other marketplaces into flagging the tokens as stolen and blocking them from being sold. Calvin was eventually able to resecure his tokens by paying a ransom because that's really all you can do, and he doesn't seem to consider that from the perspective of the thieves, that's an entirely desirable outcome. They won. Their plan worked. This happens all the time. Bored Ape members are particularly susceptible targets of fraud owing to their specific combination of greed and low social literacy. Looking to avoid paying platform fees and royalties, many of them moved off OpenSea to doing transactions on a shady little platform called NFT Trader, which allowed scammers to run a very simple link swap scam and steal at least a dozen different ape tokens in the span of a couple days. The meat of Calvin's incident is the way in which the platforms that interact with the chain are being deputized by users to be the de facto authority, not on what the chain says, but what the chain means. It is just a recreation of existing power structures within the new environment.
Wicked drum
now,
solo.
This is where evangelists insist that the answer lies in DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, a revolutionary new way to organize people that will allow for the decentralized governance of these systems. So that's the claim, but what is it exactly once you strip off the paint? A DAO is an organization whose membership, roles, and privileges are governed by possession of relevant tokens on a given blockchain, and it's also the underlying software that executes relevant operations. That's kind of really about it. So just to be very clear here, a conceptual DAO consists of three things: people, a digital machine built of smart contracts, and a token that allows the people to interact with the machine. In practice, most things that call themselves DAOs don't have the machine at all, and a substantial number either don't have the token or only have the token. The upside of a DAO is that it makes it easy-ish to create a formal organization at theoretically any scale, from only a couple people to a massive pool of stakeholders, and the program layer makes it possible to automate certain activities and the results. If the organization votes via the DAO interface, the results of that vote are automatically recorded and potentially executed. Though that framing is misleading. As with tokens themselves, there's no inherent functionality in a DAO. It's just a box that code goes into. I might as well be referring to all the things you could do with a web page. As already mentioned, many organizations presenting themselves as a DAO have no machine functionality at all. It's pretty standard to find a DAO that has issued a governance token, the script that's used for voting, with the systems to actually use that token being placed somewhere in the nebulous future of the roadmap. That open-endedness is actually important because while the claim is that these machines will further democratize the internet, the technical complexity that they add, the new specialized programming expertise
evade everything. Thank you, buddy.
Concentrates a lot of power in the hands of people who can build the templates that in turn enable non-programmers to actually use it. It's just laying the seeds for the future recreation of the status quo. The Facebook, Google, Amazon-dominated internet arose because the technical cost of building a modern website rose far beyond what the vast majority of amateurs could manage. So everyone moved to templates and then to services and finally to platforms. This doesn't even reset the clock on that. The technical cost of creating a DAO is already far beyond any casual amateur, in part because all of this is being built by programmers and in part because of the stakes. The only thing this stuff is truly good for is managing on-chain assets. A DAO program can see the state of the chain and interact with it, so the DAO humans can vote on what should happen to those assets, and then the DAO program can automatically act on the results. But that raises the stakes. Because a DAO can see and interact directly with on-chain assets, there's the risk that via bad programming or unforeseen exploits, a malicious actor can use a DAO to access all kinds of stuff. The risk is directly proportional to the value of the assets kept on chain. And remember, again, that evangelists want to put everything on chain. The hilarious thing is that this has already played out once before. In fact, it played out with the first DAO ever built, called the DAO. This whole story unfolds over the course of 3 months in 2016, from April to June. The DAO was an Ethereum-based venture capital fund that aimed to use code to create an investment firm without a conventional management structure or board of directors, a scheme that's positioned as lightweight and reducing bureaucratic overhead, but really it just translated to an attempt at minimizing human liability for the actions and behaviors of the fund. This unparalleled expression of greed made the major speculative players in Ethereum so horny that during the April and May pre-sale, they funneled 14% of the entire volume of Ether into the DAO's central wallet. Now, because the DAO's underlying code was open source, experts and malicious actors alike were able to pore over it for vulnerabilities, and indeed, vulnerabilities were found. However, because at the end of the day, fleshy humans are the ones actually pushing buttons and making decisions, the actual leadership of the nominally leaderless DAO, horny for money and prestige, decided to launch in late May anyway. 3 weeks later, the DAO's programming was exploited and the attacker was able to transfer 1/3 of the DAO's funds into a holding wallet, about 5% of the entire Ethereum economy, valued at the time around $16 to $17 million. Now, Because this threatened the bottom line of capital holders, the Ethereum project as a whole, the entire thing, was almost immediately forked in order to undo the hack and protect the interests of the wealthy. Ethereum Classic, the arm of the fork that didn't undo the attack, persists to this day, though it's notably less popular despite being demonstrably more principled. Because all the talk about decentralization is a myth. It's just words. At the end of the day, the guys in charge, the guys who built the system to serve their interests, are still in charge and keep a kill switch in their back pocket. Crypto is barely a decade old, and organizations deemed too big to fail already exist. The whole fiasco laid out the truth from the word go. Calling a DAO a revolutionary structure is smoke and mirrors. It's just voting shares. You might as well call Apple a bold experiment in democracy because a baker's dozen individuals make the decisions instead of just one. Regardless of the future
I'm being greedy.
pitfalls,
I'm going to
DAOs
try the
are also
treasury
extremely
thingy.
limited. They are, again, just code. While evangelists promise that they can reinvent the social organization, mentally consider all the problems, conflicts, and decision-making that social organizations deal with and ask how many of those even can be solved by code. Some of them can easily be turned into computer programs, automated bookkeeping, payouts, collections, data tracking. Sure, that's all stuff organizations conceptually can make use of. But how do you code for the fact that red just really doesn't get along with blue? The pitch promises organizations bound by unbreakable rules, but how many organizations actually benefit from that level of rigidity? In particular, what happens when the version of the rules enforced by code run up against a complication that the coders didn't consider? What happens if someone with legitimate stake in the DAO starts spamming the organization's internal systems with bad requests? What if not enough people participate in voting? What if the system locks itself up? What if the rules are rigged? What if the system commits a crime? If this technology did see mass adoption, a future time bomb already exists in the fact that very, very few of these systems have factored mortality into the considerations of their structure. Because what if someone with an important token dies is a really easy thing to overlook when you're kind of insulated tech bro who reinvents vending machines and calls them bodega boxes. Now, all of these hypotheticals are technically addressable. You can build contingency systems that can account for them, but then you need to consider contingencies for those contingencies, because what if someone uses systems intended for dealing with deceased or absentee members to expel people they just don't like? And again, you can only use code to enforce interactions that the programmers make enforceable via the code. Constitution DAO, a hastily set up scheme to bid on one of the few remaining original copies of the US Constitution, already ran aground most of these problems as the project failed to win the auction and is now trying to issue refunds, a thing that the slapdash machine was never intended to do. The reality is that most organizations with any meaningful social complexity, even tiny organizations like video game guilds, are too complex to properly express in code. There's too many contingencies and contingencies for those contingencies and contingencies for those contingencies to account for. So rather than trying to turn social interactions into code, the DAO is marginalized into only handling code appropriate tasks like bookkeeping, digital signature verification, and on-chain asset management. But that's not a revolutionary new way to organize people. That's just a productivity tool. The DAO can have a process for voting on actions, but the moment the outcome of those actions move off-chain, i.e. into the real world, the DAO program is powerless. The program can't make humans execute the decisions of the group. That's still an analog problem. The whole thing very quickly runs into an incentive wall, where it's just faster and easier to solve problems verbally via abstract trust relationships and promises to the same end results. This is why it's so common for DAOs to not actually have any of the inner machine that would actually make them into what they claim to be. It's easier to just not. Taken as a whole, DAOs aren't some revolutionary
pretty
new
much
model.
agree.
They're a tool built onto
60
the
euros
side of
minimal interaction,
cryptocurrency
more
that
than
only has
Valorant.
meaningful advantages when interacting
Hey, it's
with
the React meta.
cryptocurrency as a tool for speculative trading and managing financial
Don't worry, I'll play some Valorant.
The rest is just
for
a
you.
gimmick. A slow, inflexible tool
I
for
love you.
executing straw polls. Again, a lot of these boil down to a scheme to minimize liability on the part of the creators. The creators of
No.
Inuyasha Token, a meme coin DAO based on nothing except the ephemeral concept of the Inuyasha anime, demonstrated this admirably when they were pressed on the issue of copyright, openly trading on a known brand specifically for clout. Their answer to the question boils down to 1. A failure to understand copyright, and 2. An insistence that it doesn't matter because no one's responsible. The DAO did it. No,
humans are liable, just this amorphous, sentient carbon cloud.
And you have a really good way
I
to
thought you liked
explain
Valorant.
About the copyright issue that everyone's afraid of, because they don't want to invest in a token that's going to be told to like cease and desist or.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, to clear that up, I think first you have to distinguish between a mark and copy, right? So right now on the website, it's all custom art done by Steven.
That's not how copyright works.
There is no copy. I mean, the only person that can really copyright us right now is Steven. You know. So,
well, what about logo likeness or character likeness?
Yeah. So trademarks. It's possible.
Yeah, he's just wrong.
Mark. It could.
This is fucking insane.
Scrutinized. However, we're a decentralized autonomous organization officially, and the token is launched on the Ethereum blockchain. So there's really no going back. I'm just a community member. I'm not an owner. Like there's really no single entity that has ownership over this. So I mean it's on the blockchain now. There's no going back.
And that bit also just so brilliantly demonstrates the underlying mentality of a lot of these guys. They wanted to use the Inuyasha brand for clout, but they didn't want
Still
to
watching
ask
this
for
video,
permission
easy 3 hours of
because they
content.
would
Yeah, it's fucking
probably
long.
get
It's
rejected.
2.5 hours
so
long.
they did it anyway. So now that it's on chain, it can't be easily taken down. So I guess you just gotta let them do it?
It's on the blockchain now. There's no going
Sorry,
back.
thumbnail thought to run a panel.
In that frustrating way when you do come
Not
across
today.
a DAO that's trying to be legitimate and they tip their hand by revealing that
We're gonna have a
underneath
cool
they're
lib praxis.
legally a
Cool.
co-op
Depends
or
on
an
what
LLC or
you
some
want
other
to talk
extant
about.
legal entity. Unless your goal is a
Oh, Pog, when did you start the NFT docu? We are almost done. We're 2 hours in. There's 15 minutes left. Is there a topic yet? Yeah. This week's topic is going to be racial slurs. Let me look up the three questions. Can and should people retake racial slurs or slurs in general? When are racial slurs justified to say in an educational docu, in context, in private, in comedy? How and when should we Voldemort language? Is saying the N-word or like the R-word Voldemortine, since you do not say the slur? And we will have as guests Sonsol and Stardust. Stardust that you've already seen 2 weeks ago, if you watched the Lib Praxis then, or you maybe know her because she's like a big streamer, well, bigger than me at least. So yeah, it's gonna be fun times. We got a treasury. We're gonna build our treasury stuff here, right? Boom, boom. Oh wait, no. This is, I don't have enough space here. I haven't watched it, but I heard NFT people don't like it. This, yeah, well, because this video is super critical of NFTs and brings up a lot of points and issues with, well, honestly, with blockchain in general, but NFTs specifically. But it also is extremely critical of blockchain in general. Some of the points are a bit weaker, but in general, it's on point. It brings up very good criticisms. Breaks them down ideologically. That only matters to you, Turnit. I'm sorry to tell you that. Where there are black squares on treasury, you can like place regular tiles there. I can't, like, if I do a for treasury meme here, I can't actually play, like, this treasury will not be able to be completed, right? Because this tile is a road tile, I think. This video single-handedly destroyed the egos of thousands. It works? Okay. We can try it then. Let's put a meadow here already. This video single-handedly destroyed the egos of thousands of apes. It's almost done. They have to talk about monkey jizz and cum rocket first, and then they can talk about rugging the DAOs after FUD, hodl, and diamond hands. I see you've learned your terms. Where am I at? And where are we going to build our mountain? That's the other big question. Or here? Yeah, we can build it here. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
There's nothing truly revolutionary about their structure or functionality. Li Jin, the co-founder of a bunch of predatory venture capital firms that focus on polishing the image of the gig economy to distract from the ways in which it's eroding labor, has an extended Twitter thread where she tries to pitch DAOs as the future of unions, though her rationale is not only shaky, relying heavily on magical thinking, it's also peppered with inexplicable lies. For example, she champions Yield Guild, a DAO that she describes as a gaming guild comprised of thousands of play-to-earn gamers, an on-ramp that brings more players into play-to-earn gaming. It can represent gamers and lobby game devs for better policies. Its scale also enables the collective to offer benefits and protections, e.g. healthcare, paid time off, that would be infeasible if gamers were operating on their own. This is a tremendous overstatement of what Yield actually is. It's not a union, nor does it function as a union, nor does it have aspirations of functioning as a union. It's not even a DAO, though it does have aspirations of transitioning into being one. It's at best a mildly decentralized cartel that's experimenting with shaking down players with the promise of helping them by gamifying the process of participating in the guild. In practice, it's a Discord server that helps play-to-earn players find sponsorships, pivot from one game to another, and generally bitch about how much their jobs suck. In fact, in response to Li Jin's tweets, the server residents had this to say.
I've read that through the YGG, DAO members are able to get access to healthcare. Is this true? Is there any more info on this? Anyone to learn more about what is offered? Or is this still in the works? As a freelancer, I'm always interested to learn about more options.
I actually don't know about that. That would be awesome to get partnered with healthcare. Where did you get that info, though? We haven't heard of any kind about it.
Yeah, I think Lee used it as an example of potential benefits and didn't mean it literally, but nothing of that sort has been discussed yet.
Now, on a functional level, most DAOs use an administrative system based off the use and spending of internal script, the governance tokens. There's a decent amount of variability in how they're used, but basically they function either as proportional voting power, exactly the same as voting shares in a publicly traded company, fiat voting power, where there's no point in possessing more than one, or direct voting power, where tokens are spent to cast votes and more tokens can be spent to cast more votes. Typically, this script can be bought and sold even on a secondary market, and indeed possession of it is typically a definitional part of membership. Rather than structuring like a union, Yield's overt goal for their DAO is to function as a hedge fund, using the exchange value of their token as a means to raise funds to invest into play-to-earn games, and allowing Yield members to spend their tokens to rent these DAO-owned resources. In fact, Yield is so far removed from the purpose and functionality of a union that the roadmap includes potentially implementing what's called holographic consensus, which is a futures market where participants gamble on what proposals will or won't be passed using their governance tokens as the stakes. It's amazing if you wanted to build a machine whose sole purpose is to concentrate political power slowly over time. Additionally, many use a proof-of-stake staking system to reward members with additional tokens with no gate on how many tokens any single member can hold. This whole arrangement creates a system where participants with only a few tokens are incentivized to not vote against the interests of highly staked members. Plus, anything you spend limits what you can stake, and thus reduces all future income of tokens, which means even less voting power in the future. Members who possess a disproportionate share of tokens can afford to outspend on the outcome of any vote and still retain a proportional future voting power. At best, you end up with high-powered voting blocks, and at worst, a functional monopoly. The internal discourse of Yield is, like all crypto, focused on the price of the DAO script and not its actual functionality within the organization. Rather than creating a more equitable, democratic organization that looks out for the needs of all its members, Yield is a scheme that explicitly rewards its highest stakeholders with more power and access. Now, conceptually, you could make a DAO that behaves towards actually useful worker-focused goals, but you could also do that without a DAO, because it's just an organization. The DAO itself is just a mechanism of an organization, and more often than not, its involvement is little more than tech fetishism. So most actual DAOs don't resemble anything like a flat hierarchy. In fact, the ability to buy and sell voting power and the hierarchy that results is seen as a strict advantage in that it allows emotionally uninvested members to make money and gives them a thing that they can reward people with that will align incentives. And despite the fact that Li Jin is directly involved with Yield as the philosopher in residence, Yield is neither structured like a labor union, nor does it have ambitions to be one. The point is that thought leaders like Li Jin, who get a lot of social traction by promising that their techno-fetishistic community are solving big societal problems, are liars. They love the pageantry of democracy because it allows them to pretend to be democratic, because they can paint their detractors as being undemocratic. It's all hollow hand-waving and techno-babble to distract from the fact that it's just shareholding. It's the corporatization of everything, the conversion of the entire world into claves governed by power granted via token possession and enforced by machines that allow humans to wash their hands of the outcomes. At the end of the day, every DAO pretending to be useful is still a forced entry point to some hype-driven meme coin whose existence only benefits its creators and the exchange that sells it. In 2008, the economy functionally collapsed. The basic chain reaction was this. Bankers took mortgages and turned them into something they could gamble on. This created a bubble, and then the bubble popped.
That's not true in totality. What do you... But does it generality is pretty true? Okay, I was going to ask you, like, wait, what are you contesting?
When you drill down into it, you realize that the core of the crypto ecosystem, the core of Web3, the core of the NFT marketplace, is a turf war between the wealthy and ultra-wealthy. Techno-fetishists who look at people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, billionaires minted via tech industry doors that have now been shut by market calcification, and are looking for a do-over, looking to synthesize a new market where they can be the one to ascend
every
from
DAO
a
is just
merely
to
wealthy
profit the
programmer
creators.
to a hyper-wealthy industrialist. It's a catfight between the...
And to be fair, like the DAOs that exist, they're usually either decentralized investment funds, or they're like weird meme projects that are made by people who really misunderstand copyright law, like the fucking Dune book, or earlier he talked about the Inuyasha DAO that didn't have the rights to that either, that thought they were safe because they were using fan art instead of official art. I imagine maybe you know like counter examples, but I can't think of any.
5% and the 1%. Ultimately, the driving forces underlying this entire movement are economic disparity.
If we're looking at projects, organizations that self-describe themselves as DAOs, that's true.
That they can dominate, where they can be trendsetters and tastemakers and can seemingly invent value through sheer force of will. This is, in my opinion, the blind spot of many casual critics. The fact that tokens representing ape PFPs are useless, yet somehow still expensive, isn't an overlooked glitch in the system. It's half the point. It's a digital extension of inconvenient fashion. It's a flex and a form of myth-making. And that's how it draws in the bottom. People who feel their opportunities shrinking, who see the system closing around them, who have become isolated by social media and a global pandemic, who feel the future getting smaller. People pressured by the casualization of work as jobs are dissolved into the gig economy and want to believe that escape is just that easy. All you gotta do is bet on the right Discord and you might be airdropped the next new hotness. It could be you, plucked out of the crowd on Rarible and bestowed a 6-figure price by an elusive Emirati music producer. Get a bake in your wallet, hodl like a good diamond hands, and enjoy that yield. All you need is $5,000
Emirati
in
music
money,
producer
and you can
Pog.
buy a Farmer's World milk cow. And if you milk that cow every 4 hours, day and night for 2 weeks, why there's all your money back right there. And now it's pure profit, minus, naturally, the overhead of all the wax you needed to stake, the barn you needed to buy and build, the barley you needed to purchase and grow, the food you needed to buy to refill, the energy you needed to milk the cow, build the barn and grow the barley, plus you actually need to cash out, which isn't getting paid, it's quitting. This is your chance to stick it to Wall Street and the venture capitalists as long as you pay no attention to the VCs behind the curtain. The line can only go up. It's a movement driven in no small part by rage, by people who looked at 2008, who looked at the system as it exists, but concluded that the problems with capitalism were that it didn't provide enough opportunities to be the boot. And that's the pitch. Buy in now, buy in early, and
so there is a lot of this, and I see a lot of this in the in the super stonk community too. Like all the GME, whatever the fuck that like cinema company is called, like all that stuff is totally this. It's people who just want to risk it, just want to donk it all for a chance to be the one on top. You don't understand scale. Use $50 to buy 10 tomato plants. In 6 months, you have 250 tomatoes. Plant those into 250 plants. 6 months, you have 6,250 plants. Plant them, then you have 156K tomatoes. They have 3.9 million. Sell them for $1 each. Yes, exact. Good one.
The high-tech future boot. Our systems are breaking or broken, straining under neglect and sabotage, and our leaders seem at best complacent, willing to coast out the collapse. We need something better, but a system that turns everyone into petty digital landlords, that distills all interaction into transaction, that determines the value of something by how sellable it is and whether or not it can be gambled on as a fractional token sold via micro auction. That's not it. A different system does not inherently mean a better system. We replace bad systems with worse ones all the time. We replaced a bad system of work and bosses with a terrible system of apps, gigs, and on-demand labor. So it's not just that I oppose NFTs because the foremost of them are aesthetically vacuous representations of the dead inner lives of the tech and finance bros behind them, it's that they represent the vanguard of a worse system. The whole thing, from OpenSea fantasies for starving artists to the buy-in for pay-to-earn games, it's the same hollow, exploitative pitch as MLMs.
Gig work is one of the worst things that happened to workers' rights in the past dozens of years. Gig work literally exists in most Western economies only as a way to circumvent the cost of workers' rights and the profit made by them. The profit made by them actually is literally cashing in on that legal loophole that people who are working in the gig economy cannot appeal to the workers' rights, so they're cheaper workers. I used to work DoorDash, other app-based work, and it was immensely preferable to construction work. It can be good work. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's unfair work relative to the fight for workers' rights, which, admittedly, honestly, in the U.S. is a bit less of a problem since it's not like workers have that many rights in the first place. Though they still really do. But for example, in Europe, it's particularly egregious when you have people who basically are working full time but don't get access to the retirement fund money, don't get access to the money is not contributing to the what rights of mine are violated when I work DoorDash? Do you get unemployment when DoorDash stops sending you contracts like missions? Do you get protections as an employee? Do you get once again, this is like a bit less egregious in the US. I can't get unemployment even if I was working full time in a restaurant. I got fired. It's a bit less of a problem in the US because you don't fucking have workers' rights in the first place. So like here in France, unemployment is really important. Unemployment is really important. A portion of your salary contributing to your retirement, to your nationalized retirement fund, is really fucking important. The part of your salary that goes to like social costs in general is really important. There's like other stuff, but I don't know like all the technicalities. But there's a lot of like subtle ways where you get fucked as a contract worker in countries that actually have workers' rights. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, as far as the U.S. is concerned, it's a bit less. It sadly is a bit less of an issue. It would be good if it still was, but I just don't understand how DoorDash is violating my rights as opposed to the government not supplying the public good. It's not DoorDash violating your rights as much as it's DoorDash is only economically viable because it's employing you in a way that makes you a cheaper worker by not giving you the advantages and benefits that like salaried and contracted workers get. It's not that DoorDash is violating your rights. I do agree with your point that it's the government not supplying the public good, that governments should regulate and subject the contract, the gig economy to the same rights and regulations, and certain countries have started doing that in recent years. I don't remember where exactly, but there was a country that forced Uber riders to forced Uber to acknowledge riders as actual workers and with the rights that go with that. DoorDash is only economically viable because of temporary venture capital cash. Look at how Uber is now raising prices and lowering payouts to drivers. Well, that's also because the economic model of those services is to undercut opponents and adversaries, and then once you've undercut them and built a customer base, rely on the loyalty of the customer base to raise prices. They also like literally that's literally a business model as well.
It's Amway, but everywhere you look, people are wearing ugly-ass ape cartoons.
It's a bait and switch on the whole society. Yeah, I agree with that characterization. Wait, fuck. I need to... Cool music. Anyways, that's the end of the video. Sorry, I interrupted it right before the end. All right, I want to finish this Loop Hero run, so let's check out this dumb drama video about Ice Poseidon.
The famous live streamer Ice Poseidon just scammed his followers for up to $500,000, and I'm gonna prove it. He personally profited $300,000 by stealing money out of a crypto scheme that he set up. And when I confronted Ice Poseidon, who's better known by his real name Paul Danino, about this scam, he was shockingly honest. You want to keep the money that's not yours, that you took from the project, even though you failed to deliver.
I mean, I'm not really sure what you want me to say, but yeah.
I'm trying to like get you to return the money.
I fucking love Ice Poseidon.
Still
I'm sorry.
Available, and
I
you could
him.
do that.
Yeah, I could give the money back. It is within my power, but I'm gonna look out for myself and not do that. I don't like know what else to say. That's just the most honest answer.
Now, these influencer scams are becoming more and more common, in part because of how easy they are to pull off. Ice Poseidon's scheme apparently took him only 2 weeks of work to set up
but I love
before
that
he
response.
apparently got bored with the project and decided to stop working on it and just took the money. Like, seriously, how long did you work? I'm just curious.
How is this funny?
Well, like you said, it was a fork, so I don't know, a couple weeks.
Couple weeks, $300,000. It's a nice chunk of change. Now, I pleaded with Paul, or
because it's how is it funny? Because it's so fucking like it's just fucking in your face. Like usually when people are fucking scamming other people, they try to pretend it's not. It is pretty funny to see. Like, this is literally evil. He's just honest about it. Yeah, I agree. Look, there's an expression in French. You might as well laugh about it instead of crying about it. Mieux vaut en rire qu'en pleurer. There's an expression in French like that. I'm not laughing out of cynicism, out of like good. He fucking scammed them. Nah, you shouldn't be telling people what they should feel about things. Like that's you're going to a weird place there. Like you're basically putting out a moral judgment on me finding that funny, I guess, that's fair enough, but yeah. Living in a right-to-work state probably plays into my opinions. You can be legally fired for any reason. Effectively any reason, I should say. Yeah, definitely. Like that's a huge problem with U.S. workers' rights.
Poseidon to return the money that he stole, in part appealing to the guilt that he was taking money from his fans who were all much worse off than him. Ice Poseidon's response was that he didn't like how that made him sound.
I don't know if you're aware of the fact that your average fan has way less money than you. So you're just taking from poor people. Like, you understand that, right?
That is definitely not, that is not a good way to put it. That's a pretty shitty way to put it, my dude. It's
that is the truth, though.
From the very beginning, this story shocked me, but especially the twist at the end that I can't tell you about yet. But what I can tell you is that this is my most in-depth investigation yet into influencer greed, cryptocurrencies gone wrong, and the blockchain. Now, I know it's been a while, so let me remind you, this is the $10 Million Studio. I'm your host, CoffeeZilla, the internet detective, and well, it's good to be back.
It is pretty fucking horrible. But he just made this like some scuff show. He's kind of using reality TV type editing.
We have to rewind the clocks back. The story started when Ice Poseidon first got into crypto.
I invest in a lot of the like shit coin, like a lot of the you put money in and then you sell in like 20 minutes when it pumps.
Ice Poseidon first got into crypto just buying a lot of meme coins. But like many influencers, he quickly realized gambling on another person's coin is a sucker's game. The fast, easy money is actually getting other people to gamble on your coin. Now, this moment is important. It's the moment Ice Poseidon realized what a gold mine it could be to start his own scam.
You're telling me I could create a CX coin and then people could buy it because I could say that the community is super strong, and then I could sell it in 10 seconds and make $10 million. What the f am I doing?
Ice Poseidon would later say that the clip you just watched was a joke, and that the idea of him scamming his fans was just a bit he played up for the audience. But that core idea that he was missing out on a huge opportunity to make a ton of money was real, and it nagged at him. And pretty soon, he decided to start his own coin.
CX Coin is the one to choose. I'm the founder of CX Coin. My name's Paul Zanino, and I decided to make a community-driven token that I'm personally going to be a part of.
Now, almost immediately, he's got a lot of attention. Obviously, given his past comments about sort of scamming people, people were understandably skeptical of this. And it came out right after Save the Kids, and you would have thought that myself and other people like Mutahar would have talked about this whole thing, but Ice Poseidon was working incredibly hard behind the scenes, which is something I need you guys to understand. He was contacting people like myself and pleading with us that he was just joking back then, and he was serious about this coin. He wasn't about to pull off a scam like Save the Kids. He was different. He even mentioned in live streams that Save the Kids was going to make what he was about to do much harder.
I know about the phase coin, Steezy. That's why I'm trying my best to be as transparent as possible. I've been working on this for like a month now, and I wasn't going to let that drama stop me, but it definitely makes it a little bit more difficult.
Ice Poseidon repeatedly told skeptics that he couldn't rug this coin if he wanted to. He had locked all his money up in a smart contract. He told me that in DMs. He said, don't worry, no rug here. All the money is locked. Lol. And look, I have to admit, I was busy at the time with some other investigations, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt, something that I obviously regret now. But periodically, I would hear, complaints from his community.
Really flash by a picture of Destiny? Oh, I missed it. I wasn't looking at the video.
Ice, he would immediately respond. Immediately. And he always gave me something
that wasn't a
sort
scam.
of sounded
it was literally just selling autographs,
and
right?
I later learned he was doing the same thing.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Who said something negative about CX Coin. In fact, he got a Dextero article killed about CX Coin being a scam. I mean, I even asked him about this at the time, and he said this: Dextero article went up and then down. Did you see that? Yeah, I emailed Dex proof I wasn't scamming. So leaving that up, quoting a Twitter.
The NFT thing, you posted a video on your. Oh yeah, the NFT thing, yeah. Look, if the NFT thing, it boils down to one simple thing. If you're With Destiny, the problem is he literally said it's a scam, and then he did it. Like that's the really weird part. Aside from that, the interesting, the weird thing with NFTs is, like, if you actually buy an NFT because you want to have it as a collector and it's legitimate, it's not like one of those smart contract scams that the other video was talking about, or like a URL scam, whatever. Then sure, dude. I fucking bought this plushie because I love this animator's work and it's cool, and like it's actually a physical object, which is cool too. But like I bought it because I like it, and you can buy things because you like them. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. That being said, the problem with NFTs is most people buy them as an investments, and that creates this zero-sum game where you only make back the money. It's been there. It was there. No, I got it this weekend. This is the first stream where my Ina plushie is on stream. Look at her, or him. I don't know Ina's gender. I'll refer to them as them, actually, because they're like, I'm pretty sure they're like non-binary, the way they're represented in the animations. Anyways. Yeah, I didn't notice it the entire time. Yeah, I'm thinking when I'll move, I'll try to make like a better setup where I can have like some decorations and stuff in the background for the stream. That'll be like the way other streamers do it. That would be cool. The problem is that people buy into the belief that NFTs can net you money. Yeah, well, if you buy them as an investment, you're not buying them as a representation, like as a symbol, and that gets weird. Unless you're responsible and make an effort to explain to people they can't profit off it, it's maybe on the border. Yeah. Well, Destiny did not do that. Anyways, we're not here to talk about that. Where's the spider? The spider is here. I removed it. I figured like it's no longer Halloween, right? I'm gonna keep the spider, but I'm not gonna hang it here, right? Or maybe I should keep it. I don't know. I buy my NFTs for tax loss harvesting purposes. Good meme.
With 2 likes is a bit unfair to me. The point I'm trying to make is he was playing the PR game hard, telling everybody he was different. He even gave me his wallet addresses and told me to hold him accountable. He wasn't going to do anything shady. And everyone sort of felt like, okay, maybe he's doing something different. You know, maybe everything he's been saying was, you know, just a joke.
Because, dude, if I see $1 million, I'm selling. I don't give a f. I'm not gonna be like, I'll hold for you guys, bro. I see $1 million in my portfolio, I'm out.
Not gonna lie, that looks bad, but I'm gonna be really generous here and give Ice the benefit of the doubt. That clip probably was a joke, and it was probably made before he was actually thinking about making CX coin into a real thing.
Now, as time moved on, I and many other people sort of forgot about CX coin until January, when I decided to take a break for a little while. And while I was off, I couldn't help but feel that there was something else going on.
That's a good idea,
just
actually.
had a hunch.
I like it.
I had to look back. So with my free time, I joined the CX Coin Telegram and started tracing back the wallets that Ice Poseidon had given me so transparently. And pretty soon I found out that, well, he gave me the wrong crypto wallets. Whoops. He gave me the DX Sale wallet instead of his personal wallet, which didn't tell me anything. For example, one of those things he didn't tell me was the fact that he took out $200,000 from the liquidity pool at the very beginning, which is directly at odds with what Ice Poseidon told me himself when I asked. He said, don't worry, all the money is locked up, except for $200,000, I guess. But it also hid another story, which was the misappropriation of the so-called marketing wallet. Now, according to CX Coin's own white paper, the marketing wallet was to be used exclusively to, quote, fund marketing campaigns in the cryptocurrency market. But in the Telegram,
Can I stop
there's
greeting?
another story.
I'm gonna dump
Poseidon
the
was
meadows.
complaining that he had spent money on an ad campaign and it just hadn't
So I
helped.
can heal
Quote,
more.
we spent $53K on a BTOC and it hasn't really helped. The wallet is limited. He berated people who complained. You want me to spend $30K on stuff that doesn't help? Or you want me to think about the best ways to use marketing money? Exactly. You can't use the marketing money on, well, you know, marketing. Instead, the money seemed to go somewhere else. Shortly after this coin launched, Ice Poseidon bought himself a brand new Tesla. This video was published July 24th, and as he says, he bought it a week ago, putting it right around the time
Did
he
you hover
launched the
over
coin and
Treasury yet?
realized
Yeah.
he had suddenly gotten a lot of money to his name. But
Oh,
I'm sure all that money
gargoyles.
is locked up, right? Apparently not. And here's the interesting thing. The longer things went on, Ice Poseidon just sort of gotten more and more brazen with the way he used the money, right? At first, it was just sort of sitting around. Then he started sending it to cash out wallets. And eventually I calculated that there's roughly $250,000 missing from that marketing wallet. But that's not all. Ice Poseidon had tricked his followers at this point by getting them to buy into a vision of a long-term project. The whole idea was that this was going to be a donation platform for streamers and that it would take a while to build. He kept reiterating this again and again.
I mean, this is a long-term project. I'm trying to, we're making a donation platform, so I'm going to put that on my stream, and this coin will just be around for the entirety of my streams.
He said this a lot in the Telegram too. You know this is long-term, right? Thanks, guys. I assume everyone is in it for the long haul. Anyone who invests in something should know this was a long-term project, so 1 week is not going to see results. Now, later, I would find out this was a lie. Ice Poseidon did not see this as a long-term project. He actually gave up after 2 weeks. But I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself. The point is, Ice was getting brazen. He was increasingly intolerant of people who called him a scammer, saying they just hadn't done their research. He even brought my name into it, saying he had talked to CoffeeZilla, maybe implying that I had cleared him.
And I've talked to these people, CoffeeZilla. I've talked to these guys. I
Need
showed
more
them
wood for the
I showed them
gymnasium.
the coin. I showed them everything, and they're giving me the benefit of the doubt. So obviously they would call me out if it was a scam.
Now, I'm going to be honest, this really pissed me off. Ice Poseidon was using my name to try to imply that he was legit, when in actuality, he had just fed me false information about his coin and begged me not to talk about it. But amazingly, the final piece of this puzzle wouldn't fall into place until a few days ago. As I said, Ice had been getting more and more bold, thinking, I guess, that he had gotten away with this. And on January 22nd, 2022, using his wallet that he didn't tell me about, he drained the liquidity pool, essentially killing his own coin and taking the money from his investors. To be specific, he drained about 90% of the funds, which is about $300,000. Now, for important context, liquidity pools are how you get money out of crypto, right? You can't just cash out a coin like CX coin, right? You can't buy groceries with it. Someone has to be willing to trade you that coin for something that, sort of has value. So coins like this rely on something called liquidity pools, a big sort of pot of money. And what Ice Poseidon did, using the fact that he created this coin, he rug pulled 90% of that from his community, which meant that that's $300,000 that his investors would not be able to get back out. And at this point, I simply had had enough. This was a scam. He had lied to me from the beginning, and he had lied to others about it, and I wanted to confront him, but I couldn't let him know that I knew anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't pick up the call. So I simply told him I wanted to chat, and to my surprise, he agreed. And so on the 26th of January, we had the call you're about to see. And mind you, I'm expecting him sort of to deny everything, like who would take credit for this? Well, Ice would, I guess.
It looks like the coin got rugged. You know anything about that?
Yeah. Not rugged, but
Well, someone pulled all the liquidity out. That's a rug, right?
that would be a rug. Yes.
How naive is this guy? Like, is he
but
just the stupid
there is
generated
still
story?
liquidity in there.
40K.
But you mean
got
Ice
left
Poseidon?
and 300K got ripped out or something like that?
Yeah, that is exactly what happened.
Right. Are you laughing? Is that funny?
No.
You're hearing this right. He's admitting he took out 90% of the money, but that's not a rug pull, apparently. He had to do it after all. The crypto markets were crashing, and if he didn't take out the money, who would?
The crypto market is crashing, and the $300,000 is in there. There's two options, right? Leave the money in there, and then if BNB goes down,
You mean
like
the guy who
$100,
made the video?
the money goes to shit anyways. Or I could take it, and the money is not just going to dust.
The money would have never gone to dust. It just would go back to the investors
I don't know
when
this
they
guy.
sold out, when you told them, hey guys, I'm no longer interested in this project. I wiped my hands of it. You got your 50K in, you got your 50K out, you're good, right? You didn't deliver. This is not your money. I can't believe you keep thinking of it as your money that's going away. That's your investors' money, and it should be their decision what they do with it.
Okay, that's a fair point.
That's a fair point. Yet, despite all these fair points I kept making, every time Ice got cornered about the fact that he was basically stealing from his investors, he slowly pivoted his language from, oh, this isn't a rug pull, to more like, well, the investors deserved it. He said, They believe too much in his project and his word.
They're like, part of the responsibility is on them as well for being, you know, like
imagine you're a scammer. Imagine you're a scammer and your response is to blame the victims for believing in you. Jesus Christ. This guy's like actually a fucking sociopath.
Too much emotion into it.
Now, look, I want to be clear. I agree that investing in any influencer coin is idiotic, but the logic here seems to be insane. They believed me, so it's okay I scammed them? I asked Ice about this.
I don't know if you're trying to say they deserve it. You're saying they owe some responsibility. I agree they owe some responsibility, but do they deserve to get ripped off?
No, I mean, nobody deserves that.
It's just what happened, though.
Like I said, sometimes you have to look out for yourself. I don't really know how else you want me to put it. I mean, you could say it in all these different ways to make it sound as horrible as possible. And you know what? I can agree with you on some of those things. I just don't like to put it in those specific ways because it makes it sound like that was the intention from the start, which it wasn't.
And there it is, the final refuge of every scammer. I started with good intentions. I meant to do the right thing. But I kept reminding Ice Poseidon or Paul or whatever, like his excuses made no sense because it wasn't as if the money was gone. It wasn't as if it had vanished. He still had it and could return it at any point. He doesn't have to go down as the scammer.
So I don't know why you're acting like it has to end with like you being the bad guy here. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. I'm trying to like get you to return the money because it's 100% still available and you could do that. So that's what I'm not understanding is I want to get to that point. I don't think we're going to get there.
If you want the answer, yeah, I could give the money back. It is within my power. But I'm going to look out for myself and not do that. I don't like know what else to say. That's just the most honest answer.
The little laugh.
Now, I do believe he's being honest here. I believe this is the most mask
every
off
monster from
anybody's
one
ever
pile.
been on my
That's good to
channel.
know.
Most of the time when you get these guys on the phone, they just try to deflect and dodge. I don't think that's happening here. Ice is being 100% transparent, and I realized it was a unique opportunity to get the full story of how these scams work. Ice Poseidon proceeded to walk me through the details on exactly how long it takes to whip up an influencer scam like this and the profits you can expect from it.
Can you tell me how much money you made off this? I'll just call it a scam. I know you don't want to call it a scam, but it is a scam. So what did you make off this?
Well, I got 55% and then 45% went to my developers. So I don't know, probably like 300,000.
Nice. What a good profit from doing. I mean, how long did you work on this project? Like seriously, how long did you work? I'm just curious.
Well, like you said, it was a fork, so I don't know, a couple weeks.
What do you plan to do with the money?
Invest into crypto, Ethereum mainly.
Well, there you have it. For 2 weeks of work, forking someone else's program, you can get $300,000, which annualized is a pay rate of $7.8 million per year if he would just scam every 2 weeks. It's not hard to see the appeal, obviously, but what blew my mind is that he hadn't gotten away with this. Like, he got caught red-handed, and somehow, I guess I was just expecting him to go, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll return the money now. But no, he just kept doubling down.
You are deciding to do the shitty thing. You know that, and you're still doubling down.
I am doubling down. Do you not agree, though, some of the responsibility is on people who, if you're still holding something that's inactive for months, like, sure, okay, maybe they, have faith in me, whatever, but that's not a good...
That's your fans, dude. That's your fans. These are people who followed you since they were kids. They admire you. They look up to you. That's the people you're saying, well, that's their fault.
I honestly couldn't believe what he was saying here. Not that he didn't care. I'm kind of used to that. But he clearly expects zero consequences for his actions, right? And this made me think that at least part of the reason for this might be because stories like Save the Kids, which got huge press, ultimately nothing happened. Don't get me wrong. It's important to get these stories out there anyway. But you have to understand the inner workings of the greedy influencer. When you don't have law enforcement consequences for what is essentially theft and fraud, you end up with people like Ice Poseidon realizing they can do the same without consequence. And I'm not merely speculating here. This clip you're about to watch is of Ice Poseidon discussing with his partner, Moises, what happened to Sam Pepper, one of the leaders of Save the Kids. They don't talk. as if he's a cautionary tale.
He's basically just betting nobody who bought has the money to take him to court.
As if Sam Pepper had beat the system. He stole money.
Which for a rug pull of 300k might be accurate. How do you take this to court? Like, courts are fucking terrible with cutting edge technology stuff in the first place, right? Have there been any court rulings on crypto scams that like helped protect people who got scammed? I can't remember there ever being consequences to this kind of shit.
And he got away with it.
I mean, I did watch that Coffee Hill video. I think Sam's a fucking millionaire now. So I think he still succeeded me. Although he got it in a very poor way. He made off like a bandit, bro.
Sam's probably a fucking lower life. Probably has like 3 million crypto. The dude broke his lease.
If you got a
Tesla, the dude paid like, what was it, 10 stacks to break his lease.
I don't know. Yeah, if you're breaking your lease and leaving the country, I mean, you
flew first class.
I mean,
to Europe.
if he really felt the need to do all that, then he probably made plenty
really
of
good.
money.
I heard
Sam Pepper scammed people, but because he did it without going to jail, he's successful. He got away with it. That's how these people think. So is it any wonder when Ice Poseidon is caught also stealing money?
Of course, can understand the technology given good lawyers. Well, yeah, this stuff is illegal already by the SEC, but SEC has limited resources. And Newsnov linked me. Kim Kardashian and Floyd Mayweather sued by investors over alleged crypto scam. Class action lawsuit of artificially inflating the price of the cryptocurrency Ethereum Max. So I guess it is one of those things where there has to be enough money in it. Mayweather paid over 600k in a settlement with the SEC. Yeah, I guess what you're saying, Magic Turtle, is true. It's like just hoping you make enough money to make it profitable, but you fly under the radar. Should I dump the meadows? I need to like start healing. I think I need to stop with the greed build of like stacking treasuries. I need to get the meadows out there. Do I wanna? Because I'll get items too when I finish the treasury. So I might actually wait on the last one for next loop. Yeah, I'll do that.
I'm just going to look out for number one. It's their fault for getting scammed. They shouldn't have believed me. He's just so obviously not afraid of getting caught.
Grove.
And why would he?
That's good.
In fact, I asked him about this fact, whether these things should be prosecuted, and he seemed to think that this was a wild idea.
Do you think the FBI should get involved with cases like this, or like the SEC, or do you think like people like you should be prosecuted?
No.
I can't say this enough. These guys aren't scared. They think they can do whatever they want. They'll just fork a coin, take $300,000,
make it harder.
$200,000, another $250K, and walk away. And screw you. What are you going to do about it? Oh, and by the way, in case you thought that this was just a matter of Ice Poseidon messing up once, I actually found old clips of him admitting to what seems to be some kind of credit card phishing scam.
I fished credit cards back when I was younger, dude. I didn't do anything with the credit cards because I was like afraid of going to jail.
But that time he didn't go through with it because he was afraid of the consequences. Well, that was then and this was now, and now he's not scared anymore. Ultimately, this whole conversation between me and Ice ended with us just sort of going in circles. Me pointing out that what he was doing was ethically wrong, him telling me that he agreed, but he essentially doesn't care. And I felt sort of like a failure afterwards, to be honest. I didn't achieve my goal of having Ice Poseidon return the money to his victims. However, a few hours afterwards, Ice Poseidon DM'd me one last time. He told me he wasn't going to give all the money back, but he was planning to give a little bit of it back, $155,000. Now, I want to be clear about this.
How generous.
Giving back $155,000 is better than nothing. It's good for the investors who hopefully will withdraw their money as soon as watching this video. But it's so obviously a last-minute Hail Mary for whatever is left of his reputation. It's kind of pathetic. I mean, to be clear, he's still keeping the bulk of the money. He knows that, and he knows that we know that. Remember, this still leaves him with taking $200,000 from the project at the start, another $250,000
That's also
from
the worst way
marketing
to refund
wallet,
investors.
which went basically nowhere, and
I
then
wouldn't know about that.
$300,000 from the liquidity
I'll
pool,
trust you.
of which he's saying,
Fuck.
okay, I'll return
I should have finished the treasury.
$155,000. I don't know what this is supposed to demonstrate. Are people supposed to all of a sudden applaud as he gives a small fraction of what he took? Except, wait a minute, I just checked. Ice Poseidon doesn't even seem like he can do that much. After DMing me, I went to the Telegram and his admin updated everyone and said, we just finished a buyback of over 120 BNB rocket emoji, which is not $155,000. It's only $40,000. Now, whether Ice Poseidon has actual plans to put the rest in or, oh my gosh, return the full amount, I really doubt it. It's just amazing to see that Ice seems to be doing this only because he got caught, sort of got interrogated for 30 minutes, and faces reputational damage, yet he still can't muster the moral courage, or at least fear, to return the small fraction of money he promised. And so to close this, look, I'll be honest, in my opinion, Ice Poseidon is not a good person. I don't think he regrets anything.
Yeah, no shit.
About any of this. And I think the unfortunate conclusion many other influencers will come to when looking at this is that Ice, like Sam Pepper, has finally made it. He's succeeded in the influencer game. He's gotten away with it. Or has he? There may still be ways to prevent stuff like this from happening. There are two things you can really do. Number one, you can share this video so more people become aware of what Ice did and get more eyeballs on it. But two, if anyone was scammed by CX Coin and lost money, they can report their losses to icy3.gov, linked below. This is the FBI submission portal if you've been defrauded or wronged. And if enough people report things like this,
shouldn't they report to the
chance
SEC
people
instead?
will be brought to justice. I just hope it happens sooner than later. That way I'll stop hearing about how influencers like Sam Pepper made it. Until then, all I can do is report, dig, and investigate. That's all for now.
Does
I'm
Ice still stream on
Coffeezilla.
that shit live stream site? I don't know. Doesn't he stream on YouTube? Or did he get banned from YouTube? The other side of this is that in the traditional world, people like Bernie Madoff keep the scam running for decades without anyone finding out. At least when they get caught, they actually have to face justice. Oh, that's kind of weak. Yeah, let's build our mountain here. Oh, if I probably doesn't matter the order. I don't know if the order actually matters. D-Live. Oh, yeah, D-Live. Ice could have had so much more money already. How the fuck are these people so fucking poor, except for the cocaine and getting scammed themselves? He has a lot of money, but yeah, I don't know if he's like actually invested there or not. And he's a greedy fuck. That's what this video shows. He's a greedy fuck and decided to like scam people. That's it. He probably has enough money. He's probably set for life, and he's still like fucking scammed people. You've got a Twitch chat, right? Yep, I got a Twitch chat. That's the chat that's on screen right now. Well, it's like a multi-chat. If you post on YouTube or Facebook, it shows up on my stream as well. I don't think those organizations have oversight on crypto. The SEC nowadays has. The SEC actually made like Turn is correct in what he said earlier. The SEC is there's been laws that have been passed and stuff. Ice Poseidon, like Athene, had so much potential, but they decided to fuck it up. Yeah, I mean, they decide to be scummy people. Actually, you know, for the longest time, whenever Ice Poseidon would do like really shitty stuff, but admittedly I didn't know like about all the shitty stuff that he did. I thought he was just really dumb. I didn't think he was necessarily a bad person. But those are the acts of a bad person. Those are the actions of a malicious bad person. Athene is the same. Like Athene fucking started a cult. Athene, those are like I hate the word because it's overused, but those are actually the actions of sociopaths. People who don't give a shit anymore about anyone around them. Athene wanted to be a big politics memer. Maybe when he was doing his like NGO stuff, maybe. I don't know that much about him. All I know is the cult stuff. All that I know in depth is the cult stuff, I mean. I don't know that much about the other stuff. If I streamed like 2-3 times per week for 2-3 hours, he would make so much more money. Would he though? Hasn't he fallen off? And his fucking hospital? I don't remember his hospital in Germany. What are you talking about? He was surprised about Sam Pepper's being a millionaire and jealous of it. I can't blame him. Pepper hasn't had a negative response, so why not do the same thing and get props from it? Not having a negative response doesn't mean that it's okay to do it. But like, I actually agree with Turnan's response here. I think Ice has been doomer-pilled by the community build. This is not doomer-pilled. Like, what he did is not being doomer-pilled. What he did is, like, actually hurting all of the people around him. Like, all the people from his community. That's something totally different from doomer-pill. Athene HQ is literally a hospital. Do you mean it's a hospital building? Or do you mean that it's... I'm talking about pre-Twitch ban for Ice Poseidon. He was rocking like 10k euros. Oh, yeah. But he was doing stupid shit. Like, the building is a hospital. Yeah, okay. Like, he was doing stupid shit. And he got banned for it. I don't know what else we can say about it. Linux says ad blocks is piracy. Is he right? Wait, Louis Rossmann already made a video about it? Holy shit, people got their drama game on point. Yes, he already published a 25-minute video about it. Right, so for context, Linus Tech Tips posted the video saying that like people who make content live off of ad revenue, so using ad block is kind of like piracy, and people got so butthurt about it. You don't think feeling like your community is full of horrible racists and molesters, etc., and getting caught up in that yourself and constantly being full of regret and anxiety about it wouldn't lead you to repress your guilt and a coping strategy and fall deeper into immoral actions? No. Not the first. I mean, the first part. Sure, I would ask myself like a lot of questions if I started curating a community of racists and molesters, etc. That being said, first off, I never saw Ice Poseidon genuinely be regretful of what kind of toxic community he's given birth to, especially since he was like making money off of that. He was playing into it. That's the thing. He was playing into it. It would be like someone who's going full on parasocial, then being like, oh, well, yeah, parasocial relationships are bad. If I recall correctly, he also said he has autism. Yes, but autism does not mean you get to act immorally. There are plenty of people who are autistic and who make the right choices in life not to hurt people around them. That is completely moot to this discussion. And so like you can be full of regret and anxiety and want to do better. I mean, it's none of that frees him from judgment over his actions. None of what you brought up, even if what you describe is the actual process at which he arrived to being so cynical that he thinks it's okay to openly scam his community, and that doesn't excuse anything. That's just an explanation, but that doesn't excuse anything. As far as the piracy thing, well, piracy is a bad term for what it is. No, it's more an analogy. If I understand what Linus meant when what he means by piracy is more an analogy. I think this is probably a link to the tweet. Blah, blah. Online websites. Wow, imagine AdSense to be 1/5 of your income. Now I feel like a jerk being lazy and not customizing my ad blocker. Online websites and creators are supported by ads. I thought that was pretty common knowledge. Ad blocking is the exact same thing as piracy, literally the exact same thing. People will still do it, and I've been guilty of it at times, but we just need to be aware of the impact. So he's not even saying like, don't use ad block. Just be aware that when you use ad block, you're hurting the revenue of the people whose content you love. Ideally, like what that guy said, you know, customize it so you don't block the ads of someone you want to support, etc., etc. So as far as what she said, piracy is not stealing and reselling videos. That's piracy no longer means that in the age of the internet, right? He's correct here. Why not encourage everyone to torrent Stranger Things rather than subscribing to Netflix and then buy a Stranger Things themed Lego set and T-shirt? Oh, because he's talking about merch. The payment for the content is ads. You're not watching, you're not paying for it. I mean, this is kind of disingenuous. I actually disagree with Linus on this one. If you do buy merch regularly, then you do still support the content, etc. Why do I have notifications? Oh yeah, it's the... Do not watch this to the practice. Okay, never mind, sorry. Fuck Twitter. Okay, what are we doing? I don't want to actually watch this video. I like Louis Rossmann, but I like his tech videos more. That's why content creators push for mobile YouTube viewers. No one can be bothered to install NewPipe to watch with no ads. True, yeah. I constantly get hit with ads on mobile YouTube, and I don't care. Like if I'm watching a video in bed before going to sleep, I get hit by the ads. Same with mobile Twitch too. To be honest, I just watch the ads. I eat them. Oh yeah, since I have a few viewers, what do you guys think if I finally sign an affiliate contract? Do you guys like actually have Amazon Prime subscriptions? Okay, could I like bug you for Twitch Prime subs? I don't think I'm gonna do this loop. I'm gonna play something else. Any primers? I just want to get like a feeling out. I remember like I think I primed to Melon once. Okay. Because I remember there were a few people who said that they would prime to me, which would be cool. Like that would be I would be interested in seeing if I could get like some small income, especially since I'm gonna move soon and I'm not gonna have. I definitely throw you my prime. Nice. Did think about the next move, but I think I agree with the affiliate. Yeah, it's just, I've been thinking about it because the main problem I've had with affiliate was multi-streaming, but Twitch has explicitly made it so, like, Twitch doesn't care about affiliates multi-streaming. It only cares about a partner's multi-streaming. There's literally no issue with it. They're like people with thousands of viewers who are affiliate multi-stream. So it's not like a matter of going under the radar. Did Raid Shadow Legends finally pay you? No. The last email I got... let me check though. The last email I got was so I emailed Streamlabs because it was a sponsorship that went through Streamlabs. I emailed Streamlabs like 2 or 3 weeks ago to bring up the issue to them. A couple days ago they emailed me telling so they responded. They were like, oh shit, this is a problem. Please remind us your PayPal address, etc., etc. And then like a couple days ago, so like a week and a half after they responded, they wrote to me, yeah, we're still working on it with the partner. So I don't know, it's still in limbo. I kind of expected this. Like I knew Raid was gonna be, or whatever the fuck the company is was gonna be a piece of shit about it. Like if by the end of this week I don't get another response, I'm gonna write them back and be like, hey, what's up? What's up, guys? My money. But yeah, I want to try. Because the other main problem I had with going affiliate was simply the issue of ads. But we wasted like 1 to 2 hours in total, which isn't bad. Yeah, like the time spent on it is fine. It's still a good payout. It's just fucking annoying that they haven't paid out yet. Like, honestly, if they had paid out, the thing is, it's a sponsorship I could do regularly. I could actually do it like every 2 months or so. And if I get like 200 to 600 bucks every 2 months from streaming and doing just like a couple meme Shadow Legends bullshit, that would be pretty good. Anyways. Yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, with affiliate, the other problem I have is ads. And it turns out that ads really aren't a problem. I haven't gotten ads on strims.gg watching like the purple screen, right? I haven't gotten the purple screen watching a Twitch stream on strims for a long time. So I don't think it's an issue anymore. I think they chilled on the purple screens, and yeah, and people use ad block anyways, and it seems to work. You know what I mean? So I think it's fine. Anyways, it's this time of the stream when I kind of run out of content. I could like do more React content while watching some other stuff too, but I want a game. That's what I want to do. So you know what? I could play games that you guys actually like watching as well. That would be pretty cool. Vampire Survivors. I would have to buy it. Okay, let me look up how much it costs. It's on there. It's on stream, right? On Steam, right? Don't worry about that sound. The Elder Scrolls Online. Oh no. Rainbow Six Siege is on sale. Yeah, there's plenty of shit on sale. The Forest is on sale. Subnautica is on sale. Yo. Sea of Thieves. I don't have friends to play it with. Okay, bye. Alright, see ya, Nusnov. Thanks for hanging out. I would be down to play some of this stuff. Oh, Binding of Isaac Rebirth as well. Sorry I got weird about the ice. No worries. I wanna... Look, I really want to play The Forest with, like, people. I don't know, Rebirth is the old, Afterbirth is the new. Okay. Subnautica seems really fun. I don't know if it would be a good stream game, though. But I really want to do Subnautica. And The Forest. Bukra, would you play The Forest with me? Because, like, I don't want to play it alone. I don't think it... I think this kind of game, it's not going to be fun by myself. I saw Subnautica playthrough on May. I'm never playing a survival game like The Forest again, I guess. Really? Okay. Have you heard about a small game called AoE 4? Yeah, I know. I want to play it again. I actually do. I was thinking about playing it tonight, but then I wanted to watch the videos instead. I'm too busy also doing PoE next Friday. Oh, there's the new league on Friday. Yo, Bukra, you wanna poop sock PoE together? I might ditch you. I gotta warn you, I might ditch you with wait, is that Mountain Blade? Yeah, Mountain Blade is in here. The franchise up to 80% off. Well, it depends on which game, right? Mountain Blade Warband is 75% off. Bannerlord is... Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord is -10 only. Oh, the Legacy Collection. That's like all the... Oh, that's like Mountain Blade 1 with all the DLCs for 13 euros. Yeah, you should play Dark Souls, I know. I'm ditching you, I like to play solo, sorry. Aw, fuck. Look, the most fun I ever had playing Path of Exile, and the only time I went far in it, was when Turnit and me got addicted to it together. Like playing at the same time and playing together. That was fucking fun for me. I know Turnit, you kind of burnt out pretty fast that league, but still we like actually got to the end game, and I went further, and you kind of stopped. But I had a lot of fun that league. I just never had fun. Wait, what game? Path of Exile, PoE. You remember we did the... I don't remember the name of the league we did together. Yeah, that was fun. I'm asking because Booker just said there's a new Path of Exile league coming out on Friday. So I was like, should I go for it? We need to Virgin Veranda on me not liking to play long-term games with anyone. Maybe, yeah. Anyways, I was just thinking, like, if I was gonna play, if like other people I know are gonna play Path of Exile and we play together, I would actually really enjoy that, probably. If that happens. If not, then I don't think I'll have the motivation to play it by myself. Because the last time I tried to play Path of Exile on stream, I was terrible for the stream. So like it's just plain. Yeah, we played Legion. Yeah. Well, I think I did all of the endgame bosses when we played Legion. I don't remember if you were still playing but I did the Uber Elder. Oh no, the only one I never beat was Uber Atsiri. She's fucking hard. I tried her like once or twice. It's really hard to farm for her to be able to make attempts, and then she's really fucking hard. Like she was insane. That was painful. Atsiri one-shots you. Well, the normal Atsiri was easy. Normal Atsiri is really easy. Uber Atsiri is fucking insane. I don't think I did Uber Elder or Uber Atsiri. Damn. Yeah, I was actually selling like Uber Elder runs to people, so I could have given you the achievement if you wanted, but you aren't really playing anymore at that point. But the Atlas is fucked now, in my opinion. Is it? Way too grindy. I saw there were big changes to the Atlas, but I don't know what they consist of, honestly. Oh, fuck. Move this over here. There we go. I like the ideas for the Atlas, like the unlocking different stuff for it. In principle, I like that. I like those ideas.
Match
but
found.
In practice, I'm not playing until they clean up the loot tables. I saw some discussions on the PoE subreddit about that, actually. About the loot tables. Hello.
Hello, Tim.
Hello. Oh. Alright. Alright. What are we picking? Bind. I'm probably picking Sova. They remove the sextants, and regret orbs spawn more often. Okay. All right, let's play Sova.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Which, considering the way game dev works, is probably never or PoE 2. Yeah, well, the thing they need to do as far as loot tables go, what you're saying, is they would need and they do that a little bit, is to really curate which leagues make it into the main game. Which they kind of do, but like, if there's too many leagues in the main game, it really, there's like too much bullshit to loot. I agree with that. Oh, you can now select which maps you want to drop more often when you do maps. Okay, that's pretty cool. Way too many shards now. And if you play the game, you have to have the currency inventory tab, stash tab, right? So you can select the same map 15 times and it'll spawn like 150% more. That's cool. That's cool for like targeted farming, right? When you're farming for that headhunter, for the divination cards and stuff like that. Hello. Solo self-found friendly, yeah, absolutely. We need a Viper on this map. I guess I'll pick her. Also, no one's talking. We have no idea until we play, I guess, yeah. The one problem I really have with Path of Exile is the fucking... Oh, you want to play Viper? Go ahead. I just picked her because I feel like she's strong on this map. I don't actually like playing her. Alright, yeah, we need a Sova on this map, I think.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
No, it means that playing optimally means you have more downtime because the variety of shards means your inventory fills up way quicker than it was earlier in the game. Oh yeah, sure. VTuber when? Why do you want me to be a VTuber, Bukra? I already memed about being a VTuber. I think I did for last April Fools too. Like starting up the stream with the VTuber app on and the Big Booba free avatar. I remember I did a stream. I did several streams like that actually. I did one stream, Rate My VTuber. I saw it, I think. Wait, I need to check out your VODs. You have VODs activated on your stream, right? I think go check it out. Nope. Oh. I deleted it. RIP. Because I don't actually remember. Did you use the Big Booba avatar from the free app? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you had this, like, anime boy thingy, yeah.
Viper,
Gonna compete with Elysium for best boy.
You don't have to.
Never, ever assume you can help me. You can't help me. You can't help them.
Okay, I like infoot darting mid, I think, with Sova. V-Roid baby, we are original. Nice. I haven't tried that app. I'll have to take a look at it. Maybe I should do like a second Twitch stream, which will just be a VTuber stream with a Big Booba avatar and see which one grows faster. I'm gonna ask Chinchilla for a spot. Elysium has bad takes. Nice.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, God. Let's fuck up.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
For you.
Wicked. Oh, she's here.
No more to oppose us.
We showed them their place. Now keep them there.
Show them their place. V-Roid is free software and it's commercial free when you make the tuber. Nice. That's cool. Let's make a Marsha. Missed every fucking shot, but headshot me. Elysium sure does have bad takes. Yeah. It's like Sims for VTubers. I made this in 5 minutes just for memes. All right. Yeah, that I understood that. Like, you like build your own VTuber.
Sage. No.
Why aren't they buying? Oh my god, we're gonna fucking lose this round.
Opponent killed.
Watch out!
Spikes in attacker spawn.
Take this!
Enemy spotted.
Enemy B.
Cutting their vision.
Shock dart.
Remove.
No more. Watching here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, well played.
Reloading.
The symphony of death.
Reloading.
You get juiced.
Oh, they forced!
Reloading.
They forced! They're gonna have to... Some of them are gonna have to eco this round too. Look at their money. They're idiots. Also, you're wrong. That's a female avatar. Oh. Poor like me. Dude, Sage, you should buy something.
Revealing area.
Oh fuck.
There they are.
Spike down mid.
Enemy spawn is mid.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Yo, I need a gun.
Reloading.
Right here.
Bye-bye. Also, you're wrong. That's a female avatar. Please apologize. I'm sorry.
I'll take it.
Yo, their economy's fucking ruined. They forced again. This is gonna be an easy game if they keep playing like that. You're welcome, Bukra. Also, why is no one talking? Are your like girlfriends sleeping next to you or what? I'll become a VTuber and you do it so I can host you, yeah.
Scanning ahead.
No one's mid? Oh, we don't have tube.
Enemy A.
Okay, I'm watching tube.
Enemy
Never mind, I'm watching A. Oh, that's cringe. That works.
Careful here. Here.
Okay, I'm coming mid to help you, Viper.
One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Okay, I want that Vandal.
Spike spotted A. Enemy A. You are in our way.
Well played. I'm doing nothing. We're rolling them so hard.
Them in the eyes when you kill them.
Reloading.
Yo, Reyna, sell your gun, please. Me or Sage, we need to drop you. We have max money.
Okay.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Nice, thanks. Hey, they're gonna be able to do their first full buy. They're actually gonna have guns this round. Watch out.
For you, hermanita.
Chamber is gonna have an op.
Revealing area.
Nice. One's mid. Watch out. Fuck me. Channel 5 is selling merch and I bought a cool hoodie. I love that. I love that Channel 5 guy, yeah. He's fucking awesome.
Toxin screen down.
That was a terrible toxin screen from our Viper, by the way. Oh, it's planted B. I think.
Planted.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Watch out!
Yeah, nice try.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
Ducker Z. Yeah, fuck it, dude. I'm buying an op. Look at my ping.
Track them down.
We should use Viper ult on a site.
Revealing area.
So we don't have to pay attention to it. No one mid.
Tunnel, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll check it.
Maybe 2 or 3, yeah?
It's Yoru steps.
Perfect.
It was just Yoru. Oh, Reyna's here too. I'm holding tunnels.
Smart move. The hunt begins.
Where is Reyna?
There.
Oh, she's on A.
Scanning ahead.
Good attempt.
One sandbags.
One enemy remaining.
Fuck, I'm trash. Nice. Just jumping up. I legit just jumped up there to bait out shots.
Enemies close.
That's what I wanted to do.
Reloading.
And it worked. Do you actually need a drop? Yeah, Viper, can you drop Neon? You have the money. Nice, thanks.
He's fucking rich.
Yeah, we need to like Viper ult one site, and then we can stack like the other site and mid. We should have done that last round.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, looks like B shit. I'm watching elbow.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, rotate. Oh. She could jump up onto those boxes. That would be it.
Take flight. Down.
One elbow.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted mid.
2 elbow.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Well played. All those flashes, dude.
Gotta go.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
That was a good drone from me. I liked it. I'm happy with it. Also not using our ults, which is kind of trash, but their team is worse than ours, so it's fine.
Break's over.
Revealing area.
Nothing mid. Viper's holding down A with her ult, so we can just... we can chill.
Mid.
Okay.
Silence.
Fuck! Over a shot. I should have just held that angle. Would have been such an easy second kill. A 2 mid, breach and chamber.
Enemy spotted mid.
.30 seconds left.
TP there.
Oh, one more close to you, Viper. Watch out. Nah, that was a bad peek.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
Didn't have to peek that. What the fuck is Sage doing?
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
And yours.
There's no body next to her. Need to do something though.
Your duty is not over.
Yo, diffuse just the Reyna cover.
Pardon their vision. Last player standing.
Well played.
I hear them scurrying.
Quick feet, quick trigger.
Scanning ahead.
Kill.
Found them. I am the hunter!
Okay, that was a waste of an ult. Oh, fuck, she was there! She's mid, Reyna.
Toxins going up.
Oh no, cringe. We're throwing it now. They're setting up for B.
Heads up. Go, go, go.
Spike down B.
Out of charges.
Last player standing.
Here we go.
Bridge low.
Yeah, we need to chill on being too aggressive, even though we're rolling them.
Reloading.
Well, it's totally throwable, so every round counts.
What insta ball B?
Let us hunt. Scanning ahead.
Nothing mid for now.
I'm out of here.
Reloading.
Go, go, go.
One tube, Yoru.
Take this.
Be careful mid, guys. Be careful mid.
Next. Yeah, no one's watching mid. Yoru just ulted. He could be coming through tube. Right, he's behind you guys. Yoru behind you, I think.
Spike down A.
Oh, never mind.
Enemy spotted A.
Revealing area.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I got this. Ah, I'm too slow. Never mind, I don't got this.
Sage, we are the perfect pair. You give life. I take it.
Uh-oh. We're throwing it. We're actually throwing it.
Revealing area.
Be something. Elbow, elbow. Any.
I'm droning elbow.
Deploying drone. Enemy tag.
Reloading.
Nice.
B.
Oh, one.
Jet was on B.
Okay, I'm going mid.
One
to
enemy
gun.
remaining.
Last one B main. Oh, thank you.
I think he's open.
Oh, yeah. He is. Nice, well played. I take the op.
Last round in the half. Don't be cheap. Spend
So what
it all
thing?
before it's
I'm out of here.
Okay, thank you. There's a phantom here.
Gun here.
Neon, can you drop someone?
Thank you.
Gun here.
There's also a gun here. There's literally a gun here.
Forward.
Okay, good. We all have guns.
You want to play? Let's
Scanning
play.
ahead.
One mid. I like this angle.
Enemy spotted mid.
They're all mid. Okay. Oh.
Deploying drone.
Never mind. I thought there was a guy close here. I thought it was just your steps.
One
probably.
enemy remaining.
Got a bit scared. Oh, that's his ult. Nice, well played.
Switching sides.
We will bury them under their transgressions. Reloading. Reloading.
All right, let's set up an A take with the Viper wall and everything. Let me drone for the entry, okay? Like Reyna, Neon, you guys entry frag, but let my drone in first, okay, so you'll have an easier time getting kills.
Gotta go.
Right
I'll walk up like here and drone.
Fight. I'm out of here. Watch out.
Take flight.
Go, go, go.
Oh, close left. Oh, I didn't see him.
Reloading. Still in sight.
Shot down.
Reloading. Healing.
Oh, close. Left.
Spike down.
She's slow.
Last player
Jet.
standing.
Ah, fuck. Viper, if possible, let us know when your walls are going down.
Listen up. Kill them
I thought I could plant in the open. If you can't talk, just do like a danger ping or something. Anyways, let's eco.
They're pushing. Just maybe just hold.
Yeah, we can play slow. Let's play slow and camp them. I agree. Then we need to fake somewhere, and they'll push everywhere else.
We can fake mid if you want.
Sure. I'm coming. I'll throw an arrow.
Scanning ahead.
Nice. That's actually huge. Let's see if we can get the gun.
One is on A. A main. One double doors. Close to you, Viper. Nice.
I have a scout here.
2v, 2v, one doors.
Okay, I'm coming with Sage.
No one A, no one A.
Let's go, yeah. We're going, oh fuck, from behind, one spawn.
One mid.
And one bridge. Mid doors and spawn. Oh. Good eco though. This is a really good eco. 3 kills, bomb plant.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
I think you're gonna try to take the ult shop from A. I can try to kill him.
Okay. I'll come and support you. Oh, heard a step.
Enemy and defender spawn.
I want to speak. Chobe, one tunnel.
Nice. We got a entry on A. Oh, Yoru close. Teleported. Fuck, he's back pyramid. Why didn't Sage follow me? Oh my god.
Who's next?
He's shotgun.
One stairs.
I'm out of here.
Sage, you bitch. You guys want to rotate, I think.
There are two on A.
Yeah, good, just go B.
Thirty seconds left.
Take this.
I will try to wall CT.
Spike plant. Gotta go. Gotta charge it.
Going through mid.
One behind.
Our side. Spawn.
One enemy
Nice,
remaining.
dead. Last mid. Well played. Huge.
Make them beg.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Thank you.
Go, go, go. As one. Gotta go.
Nice.
Enemy spotted.
Chamber is 1 HP.
Take this.
Clean.
Watch out.
I'm fine.
Reloading.
Shock done.
One enemy remaining. Long.
Go, go, go.
Sad.
Work good.
Easy.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are.
You guys saw that? That's how I roll.
Let's go push B maybe.
Sure.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
Someone watch elbow. I'll drone us in. Same as when we went A. Oh fuck, we lined up.
They will cower.
Let me take closer.
Reaction time. It's bad. Oh, Breach is flanking? No, he's mid. You need to plant Sage. Wall's gonna come down. One CT.
Spike down.
Nothing.
Last player standing.
That was trash. Sorry. That was not a good round for us.
Breathe when it's over.
Like, Sage should have just walled behind if she was scared. Like, so many mistakes. I'm not gonna bother pointing them out, but pretty bad. Viper, can you cover me? I'll peek nest with an op, okay?
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy mid.
Oh fuck.
You're a zombie.
Okay.
One
One more A, one more A.
Shit.
Reach A.
Reyna flanking, of course. Reyna's mid behind you, Viper.
He has the spike. You can save it, you guys.
Yeah, what happened?
Who to smother first?
Go away fast. All. Go fast. Arrow.
Yeah,
down.
we need to go together. I agree. Sage, stay back and let other people trade in and just res whoever dies, okay?
Oh,
we need to use your ult as a free life. Yeah, just don't go in front. Like, we need your ult. You should be the last person to die.
My flag. When my flag?
Take flight.
One stairs, one back pyramid.
Revealing area.
Reloading. Cutting their vision.
Chamber stairs.
Last player standing.
What the fuck's going on? Minus 80 euro.
Yeah, I have a bunch of ops now. I get fucking surrounded. At this point. Nice.
Revealing area.
30 seconds left.
Rip.
Time to stock back
We need
up.
to eco. Or I mean, we can force if you really
Actually,
want to,
we can buy.
Yeah, we can die if you want to. It's kind of a bad buy though, but we can do it. Yeah, we need to play smarter, guys. Like,
Reyna is pushing B. Let me try to kill Reyna on B.
Okay, but she only pushes when we show A. She pushes because we're pushing A. Like, if we don't fake A, she's not gonna push. Like, we shouldn't be entering sites without flashes because they have ops, and we should set up walls and all that stuff first.
Get zombie.
Okay, I'm droning. Cover me.
Deploying drone. Enemy. I am the hunter.
I'll go slowly. Jet's going city.
Okay, let's go B. Let's go B now. I'm coming with the bomb.
Slowly, come slowly. Let us lurk.
Wait, who was lurk?
No, let me lurk.
Go.
Nice.
Gonna plant for main.
He's city, picking.
Planted.
Okay, CD as
Check
well.
behind.
Hill.
Yeah, come.
Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining.
She's at the wall. I'm playing safe. Nice, well played.
You wanna hope?
Sure. And it's good if we have one.
Match point.
Once more.
Thanks. I can drop someone.
Reloading.
Viper, ask for a drop. Viper, ask for a gun. Viper, ask for a gun. I can give you a vandal.
Let's do the same. Do the same.
Yo,
do the
Viper.
same.
Anyone have fun?
God.
Thank you.
Get out of my way.
That's pushing.
Wait, guys, let me drone.
Still in sight.
Enemy and defenders.
Deploying drone.
Okay, alright. Take on. One's yellow and one's a pyramid on A. Yeah, let's go B.
Jet is on B.
Operator A, go B.
Nice.
Jet was there, be careful.
I can't entry, I got an op. And I can actually, but fuck it, I'm going.
Operator A, operator A. Double doors. One more A, copy. You have wall.
Spike planted.
I'm watching from mid. Let's watch. Oh. One nest.
You have arrow.
Coming through.
I know.
Standing ahead.
Minus 40 bridge.
Last player standing.
One backside.
Enemy remaining.
Play time. Or just kill him. That's good too. Good GG.
Attackers win.
Hi, that's how we do it.
Nice. That was a victory. Hey, I didn't get D rank to silver. I forgot about that. I forgot I was on the border of the precipice of losing everything I've been working for. All right. What's the last thing you get here? A classic. Eh. What about her? A frenzy. Eh. What was the one I was working on? Guess it was KO? Yeah, anyways, that was it. That was it for Valorant tonight. I just wanted to play one game. Jam out. Rock out with my cock out. Alright, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Love you. Bye-bye.